What's up mga guaps? It's me, your baby girl. After 90 days nga pag-antos, I'm free! Free from lockdown, free from... Yes, tinuod. Buwag namin ni Jason. Kibaw mo? Kibaw mo nga no? He cheated on me! Asa ko nagkulang? Lisod ko na mag-LDR labi na nga nag-lockdown, pero di ay to. Nagikuan na din siya siyang silingan. Siya? Silang duha, mga tabangi ko ninyo mga guaps. How do I get him back ba? Dumay? Dumay, according to Cebuano folklore, is a drink with magical powers that can make the one who takes it fall in love with the one who gave it. Perfect! What's up mga guaps? It's me, your baby girl. Naata diri karon sa carbon market aron mangita og lumay. Unsa maning lumay, you might ask? Well, I ask, gibiyaan baka sa walay oras? Ghost ra baka sa hinampak nga ni ato si 𝚬𝙤𝙤 forever? Do you want to take back what is yours? Ako mga guaps, lumay ang solusyon. Mao nang, wait, ako na itong mga vendor dire.
A few moments later.
Me, ako itong mga, mga namaligyag lumay. Guys, dili mi lumay.
Kung na naging mahawa, no? Hawa na lang yung mga vendor din.
Namaligyag lumay. So, ato na sila karon.
Ang good, katong nila hertay nga mga presyo. Kung tinireklamo sila, kinahanglan sila pag-inabuhi. Way lang dito sa unahan.
Dito?
Oo, dito.
Salamat ni.
Dito, kumalipay.
Miss, naman lumay?
Lumay, Tyra.
One eternity later.
Sorry ako, Mams. Ipawaras ako diri kayo ka umay, pero wala man good.
Set of friends. No, bitch. He's my boyfriend.
Okay man ako, bro. Ano man? Isa ko mo give up. Ang itaan taling lumay. Ay! Ay!
Uy, hininelam!
Huh? Andro? What's up mga guaps? Seriously? Anong murag? Ay!
Nasakitan ka?
Ha? Oh,
Diin dapit.
di ara ay. Wait, kitsa ka. Nga mong gisulob. Uy, bro!
Dali! Manabo kita!
Isa na lang namusil.
Walay-lain ko dili ang mga katsila.
Ang mga katsila? You mean OMG? What's up mga guaps? It's me, your baby girl. Abot ko sa nga klase nga damgo pero di ata diri karon sa Matulon in 1898. Apparently, bago ra nasugod ang revolusyon batok sa mga katsila, kay human ang tulo ka gatos na tuig, wala na kaantos ang mga Cebuano. Silang pagkabangis ug pagkalingan. Hashtag, Relit March. Anyway, wala gyapon ko nakakita og lumay. Tingtabang na lang ko diri sa mga katipunera nga mag-andam sa mga antik-antik. You know, para dili madundan ang mga katipunero sa mga bana sa mga katsila. Naaraman dito akong cameraman si Aldo or iyang kaliwa. Pero in fairness ha, ang ngayon nabaya ko siya tanang siyang uniform na camera. Di ako di mga tambal diri in case na yung mga katipunero nga masamdan o time para good. Miss, na may lumay?
Lumay? Wala, pero pwede ka maghimong-imo ha.
Ha? Mo ba? Kung saan na miss?
Una,
Oh my gosh! Salamat ayo, miss. Bantay lang dito ang aking ex. I got it mga babs! Karon makahimo na ko sa akong very own lumay. Daghang salamat sa mga katipunera diri nga grabe, murag mga magician. Sila'y nanganda mining tanan o dili na kana. Dunag yung mga babae po daw nga ning kuyog sa gera batok sa mga kasina. Walay kahadlok ug walay pagduha-duha. Maka-inspire, no? Kung you know that something is yours, ayaw gitog tinakawaton sa uban. Murag Pilipinas, no? That's why, lumay.
dagan mga kauban! Tulong na sila!
Ha? Hala, ang lumay!
Ayaw!
Asa naman to? Asa? Yara!
Who are you?
Ayaw, sir! Maloy ka na po kay mga hero! Isa ka. Ikaw si Leon Kira. Ano? O, patay!
Ouch! Sakitas ang ulo. Kinsa ka? Shh!
Pahulay usa. Luya pa ka.
Usa? Asa ko?
What's up mga guwaps? It's me, your baby girl. Hay nako, kalisod ba din mangita og lumay? Di ata diri karon sa wala pa mga kasila. Mga 1560s? Abot oroy. Weird kaayo, lahi ang tanan. Ang mga outfit, for sure. Pero ila po ng mga practices kung ilang mga society. Yes, na mga dato, na mga raha. But do you know, kinsa gid ang pangitaan nila tanan og guidance? Tada! Everyone, Babaylan! Doon na ba kay important na decision nga buhaton in life? Nakulbaan for something? Need ka og klase-klase ng mga materials para sa klase-klase ng mga activities? Babaylan is the girl for you! Naabay nangaway nimo? Say, mga kasila nga mga nangali pero wala tuguti? Ipang-raid ba nila inyong mga balay? Mangawat ba sila o mga pagkaon? Pwes! Hiluin na sila! Super effective! Scared to say your feelings? What if you don't have to? Yes! Di ana! Di ana ang solusyon sa imong pagkatorpe. Puyo, leave, buy one, take one. Flirt like a Cebuana now. It's super simple. Ganahan ka makikuan? Tagaig buyo. Dili ka ganahan makikuan? Ayaw tagaig buyo. Flirt like a Cebuana now. Puyo, leave, buy one, take one. Anyway, guess what? Lumay! Salamat, Babaylan! ready na kumubalik sa 2022 para mawion ang ako. Pero, ay, saan na ako pagbalik?
Babaylan!
Yo? Ay, salamat og nara ka. Panguli na ta, I found the lumay.
Kasilo ako. Doon ako isulti sa Babaylan. Asa siya?
Tinglakaw pa. Ano?
Padulong naman katsila. Makibaylo sila. Huwag lang tinuod. Kawato na nila itong mapagkaon diri.
What? Abi ko magula pa yung mga katsila diri.
Pagod na sila naabot. Huwag nila tutugtan nga kuwaon nila ikini atong isla. Hinalang sugan na ito ang laraw.
Sakto gyud na. Unsa man ang plano?
Aron magtagbaw ang mga angol o mga kawatan na katsila, butangan na itong hilo ang mapagkaon ng ilang kuhaon. Nangita ko sa Babaylan nga mao'y naghimo sa hilo. Nagpadulong ng mga katsila diri.
Ako na lang. Kini. Moni ang hilo.
Maraming kayo salamat.
Tara, let's go. Bawiin lang tapos si Ato. Okay na? Bakit na napapagod na?
Pero hindi lagi ng pagkapatulong. Nanagada ng kita sa klinik. Pero lagi nilagay sa imo.
Ha? Isa man?
Ambot. Puro kasabot. Puro higaan akong pamati.
Ow! Mike?
Yan, saan na ni mo ron? Ako man yung makuha ang grumay. Sino mo mabaway mong ex?
Sus. Di na ako ilang lumay.
Uy, confidence.
Dito kay, realize ko ba nga? Nakuha ng mga limbungan ng mga kawatan eh. Kay, ako nagtutusin sinahapin sa Pilipinas muda ng ila.
So, hindi ka naman lang imo ha?
Bakit ikaw?
Ha? Joke. Wait na. Ha? Ano yun eh? Wait. So, hindi ako mangyayag. Ano? Really, wait ka!
Maulan nga kahaponon sa tanan and celebration of the Kalag-Kalag or the All Souls Day and the Halloween, we present to you today a Kalag-Kalag event, Ungo o Babaylan, the witches of ancient Visayas. Daghang salamat to that our version of the pre-colonial Babaylan ritual. So maayong hapon sa tanan. Do we have our mythical creatures right now? So we also present to you some of our cosplayers of the Visayan mythical creatures. Asa naman?
Ako si Mambabarang.
So next, please. The camera, please. 𝙬𝙤𝙬𝙗𝙤. Next.
Ako na yung agta.
Agta. Next.
Ako ang mangkukulam.
Mangkukulam. So, natay Mambabarang nasa next.
Ako si kamatayan.
Kamatayon. Sige, next. Muna tayo last. So, we have more participants and we have more cosplayers. So, presenting to you again a few of our cosplayers for our Visayan mythical creatures cosplay contest. We have a bigger view of them, please. Yes. Can you move to near the camera? Yes. So we have Mambabarang, Duwindi, Agta, Mangkukulam, Tagalog of Mambabarang, and also Kamatayon. Daghang salamat for joining us. See you in your next rampa. A while ago, in a few hours. Daghang salamat. So we thank everyone for joining us this afternoon. So we had a bit of a technical problem. We are not able to cross-post this broadcast to our partners. So right now, the broadcast, the Facebook Live, is just at the Panelists de Cebu Heritage Hotel page. So we have a problem with the different settings of Facebook. So that's why right now so we had to stop the first broadcast. We tried again to cross-post it, but we failed. So right now, we are just on the Facebook page of Panelists de Cebu Heritage Hotel. And this event is in partnership with the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee, the University of San Carlos Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History. May we show their logos, and University of San Carlos Center for Social Research and Education. We also have as a partner the Cebu Provincial Museum, Museo Sugbo, the Central Visayas Association of Museums, the Andy Heritage Center, and so on. 2020. So daghang salamat for being with us once again. Thank you to our online audience. Thank you to the more than 300 who said going to this event. And this month is a celebration of the Museums and Galleries Month. That's why a week ago, we had this Night of Heritage, 𝗬𝙗𝗵𝗵 participated in by 20 museums in Cebu. It was a fun night, a magical night, and we had more than 2,000 guests here looking and appreciating our displays and joining our interactive activities like the traditional chores of the Visayans, of Cebuanos, and we also had an exhibit of the gugmaoy of our visual artists in Cebu about love and perseverance amidst crisis, because the theme of the 2022 𝗬𝗶𝗶𝗵 is Padayon, the persistence of Cebuanos amidst crisis. And of course, we are also celebrating the National Indigenous Peoples Month. That's why right now you would see me, even if our theme is Visayan, the Visayan Kalag-Kalag and the Visayan mythical creatures, I am wearing right now some Kalinga fabric. And also, aside from that, I'm wearing a replica of pre-colonial earrings and also, yes, a replica of pre-colonial Visayan earrings and also a replica of ancient necklace. And also, I'm wearing 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗵 brass bracelets. so, so it is our way of celebrating our roots, our history, our indigenous peoples. And also, this month is also a celebration or a it is also the breast cancer awareness month for the women to take care of their take care of our health. And also it is also the rosary month. And and also this month we also celebrate the first anniversary of our healing heritage in Alima Native Massage. So we had in October 15, we had a forum, an online event on Katingalahan, the ancient healing practices of the Visayans. So we continue with our celebration. So this November 1 is a celebration of our dead ancestors, or it is the celebration of the dead. And in pre-colonial times, in the Visayas, in Cebu, we revere our ancestors. We look up to them as our anitos. That's why, according to these accounts by missionaries, by Spanish missionaries, you would see in a house, like you would see about 20 anitos, but those are like wood sculptures of their representations of their ancestors, because we revere our ancestors, we revere our dead. We are inspired by their deeds when they were still living, and we call onto them for inspiration and for guidance in present time. So that's why we have here at 𝗬𝗵𝗵 at my side, at my left side, you would see our counter at 𝗬𝗵𝗵 with also anitos. So at my side, you would see also, though not from the Visayas, also a replica of a bulol. And we have also, in celebration of our healers, our Babaylanes, who were called as witches by the colonizers. So we have here a ritual pot from Negros. So, so daghang salamat to Ferdinand Ascaraga who this is in his collections, and he showed this, he displayed this during our event celebrating our Babaylanes, or we would be taking up the witches of ancient Visayas. Ungo o Babaylan, the witches of ancient Visayas. And at 6 p.m. after our event this afternoon, our discussions, our panel discussion, we would be having a cosplay contest of the Visayan mythical creatures. Watch out for it. The Visayan mythical creatures cosplay contest. Thank you to those on site. Thank you for joining us on site. We are here at our lobby at Congress de Cebu Heritage Hotel. I am your host, Agripina. And we have this at the lobby. Usually we have this at our Hardin Dagami, but because of the rains, right now it is no longer raining. It is the sun shines brightly. But a few minutes ago, it was raining so hard. So muna gitawag og in Bisaya, uwan init, pista sa langit. Nagpista ba ang langit? But we also know, we are sad to know that there is still, the typhoon is still going on in other parts of the country, and we pray for the safety of our fellow Filipinos, our those who are experiencing the typhoon right now. And even our panelists, we also had a problem with the typhoon. We have one panelist who would be with us through audio, but we would be showing his also presentation. May we already contact our panelist who is with us on telephone. So we thank our online participants, those who said going to this event. So we have guests, we have participants to this event who said that they come from these institutions, from Tipas National High School, from Palar Integrated School, Taguig Integrated School, Ususan Elementary School, Captain Jose Cardones Integrated School, Bagumbayan National High School, Tapat, Napindan Integrated School. We have also from the Cebu Technological University main campus. We have from Mindanao State University, General Santos. From Samar National School, so this is from Eastern Visayas. We also have from the Cebu Doctors University. Thank you to our medical students for trying to learn also about our healing heritage, the witches of the ancient Visayas. We also say hi to maayong hapon to Cavite State University, to someone from the Cavite State University. We have someone from the University of San Jose Recoletos, from Partido State University. Daghang salamat to our participants, to those who joined us from the Partido State University, from Aklan Catholic College, Polytechnic University. So this is from Luzon, from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. We also have from Davao Central College, and from the Cebu Normal University, from the University of Cebu. We have from Liceo, from Cagayan de Oro, Liceo de Cagayan University. And also we have from Los Baños, from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. And we also have from Manila, Ateneo de Manila University, and from the from Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology. We have from the University of the Philippines-Visayas, and we have someone from the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Thank you for joining us. Someone from the Supreme Court of the Philippines, and we also have someone from the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, and we have someone also from Canada, from Toronto, Brain Injury Society of Toronto. So we also say hi to the members of Visayan Culture, which the administrators are Canada-based. Daghang salamat for joining us. And also to the Schools Division of Taguig City and Pateros. Daghang salamat for joining us once again. And to the tour guides of FLAG. Daghang salamat. So for those who greeted us, so please say hashtag, you can put hashtag Ungo o Babaylan, or Visayan witches. So be enchanted this afternoon about the stories of our witches in our past. So the witches who scared off and who fought against our colonizers. So we are so excited about these conversations. Bisan nag-ulan. So and then so we say hi to Rochelle from Taguig City and Pateros, from Daniel Nino Paklihan, maayong hapon, to Marvin Jimenez, Loris, Margie, and also we had someone a while ago from Samar, or from Catbalogan, Samar. So we have also Eugene Tian says Lily versus Maria Labo. So Maria Labo is an urban legend here in Cebu, and said to be a witch. So in Cebu, so we will be having this afternoon a panel discussion with our resource persons. One, a historian who who wrote about accounts from the Spaniards who came here in our archipelago 500 years ago. And we also have another panelist who is a researcher and who researched about the witch the Babaylanes of Negros and Panay. So aside from that, we will be having a cosplay contest after the discussion, and watch out for the trivia quiz with prizes. You would be getting exciting prizes from the Babaylanes of our 𝘬𝙗𝗵𝗵 and also from the treats of our 𝗬𝙗𝗵𝗵. So we have, because it is 𝘬𝙘𝙘𝙠, and in 𝘬𝙘𝙘𝙠 we offer food to our ancestors. So we have treats. Do we have already the treats from our the 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠 treats? So 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠 is a Cebuano word. It's 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠. What's 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠 in English? So 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠 is just like what the 𝙬𝙤𝙩𝙘𝙗 does, that what the 𝙬𝙤𝙩𝙘 does to people, to what you do to a child to entertain a child, you gihadla. And then so 𝗬𝙘𝙘𝙠 hadlok. So do we have already a sample of our 𝗬𝙘𝙘 cupcake? Do we have it? So, and then so we have the free 𝗬𝙘𝙘 treats like 𝗬𝙘𝙘 cupcakes for those who would avail of the bahog-bahog or budol fight set, the pamilya set, the chunbeli set, lechon manok set, crispy pata set, and dinagat set. So it's actually, and of course, tonight there will be a game at after the Visayan mythical creatures cosplay contest. There will be games also during our live band, and then there would be a game, Pangitaa ang Santilmo. Santilmo is a Cebuano mythical object. It is a ball of fire. It is according to folklore in Cebu and in the Visayas. This is like a ball of fire of a spirit who is angry. So, but then if you will be able to find the Santilmo tonight, you would be able to have a free Santilmo drink. So do I have already my hadla-hadla cupcake and my Santilmo? So you will get also a free Betamax or isaw, intestines and blood, with a bucket of beer and free extra cold beer from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So we also have the hadla-hadla treats for our rooms, hadla-hadla room treat, and also our with there will be a hadla-hadla hadlok-hadlok for the children. So the children, the kids, we invite the kids to have fun tracing our Bisaya games, and tusluka ang ahos, pakana ang tambaluslos, kuuta ang kaban, pangita ang duwendi, and there will also be a costume contest for the kids, another version for the kids on October 30, because tonight is the version for all ages, for the adults. So it's the Visayan mythical creatures theme tonight at 6 p.m. Tomorrow it will be there would be games for the children, and also for them to know about our culture, and then also have fun in this our version of Hadla-Hadla Halloween games. So for our upcoming events, so that would be tomorrow, that's Hadla-Hadla 𝘬𝙘𝙘 sa Pangas on November 12th. Actually, the 160th birthday of our hero, General Maxilong, would be on November 13th, and we would be taking up the stories about the battles that he won, and we will also have also songs, love songs for General Maxilong. We will also have the words, beautiful words for our hero. And on November 19, we would be tracing again, looking back the fight of our ancestors against colonizers. There would be a hybrid discussion on Buno, the moral resistance against Spanish colonization. We will have one Muslim woman panelist. She was, and then also a professor of the Islamic Studies, Professor 𝙬𝙞𝙩𝙘𝙐, and we will also have the author of the Battle of 𝗵𝘀𝗵𝗵 from National Historical Commission in the Philippines, Ian Alfonso. So we are now going to introduce to you our panelists, our resource persons this afternoon. But before that, so they would like to show me, si Kamatayon would like to show me his so this is the hadla cupcake that you will be able to get when you are avail of our food at Pamgras. Daghang salamat Kamatayon for this. And then of course, asa na ang akong santil mo? So wala pa. So we will show na santil mo after I introduce the panelists. So we nearly were not able to have him tonight, this afternoon, because of the typhoon in Naga, in Bicol. So the typhoon Paeng changed course, and the winds blew to Naga. So we thought of only having him on the phone, but we thank we thank God and the witches, and we thank that our prayers are answered, and we have with us for the second time. So we have with us our resource person. He was the first Filipino historian to write a comprehensive and fully documented account of the Magellan expedition based from primary sources of the Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian archives. And he was the only Asian, together with some 25 other Magellan scholars from all over the world, invited to write in a collection of monographs published by Spain is a commemorative book for the 500th year celebration of the circumnavigation of the world. And he was our panelist in our forum last April on the battle, on the victory at Mactan, and he is the author. And he is the author of this book, a very controversial book, because this contains a different depiction of our hero Lapu-Lapu. So please help me welcome the book author of Magellan, Dr. 𝗬𝙞𝙗𝗵𝗵 𝗗𝗏. Maayong hapon, Dr. 𝗬𝙞𝙗𝗵. You are muted.
Sorry, maayong hapon. I'm sorry, I'm in my car because again the trouble with the power and internet service in our locality. So I have to go to the city and
Yes. So we thank the data of Dr. 𝗬𝙞𝙗𝗵 for the signal. So when we had a conversation with Dr. 𝗬𝙞𝙗𝗵 for his talk in April this year, and we discussed about the pre-colonial Visayas, how our ancestors, especially the Babaylanes, how we poisoned the Spaniards, how we starved the Spaniards. And then so that's how he shared with me that he came across this document in Seville, Spain, in the archives of Seville, Spain, and he was able to read a 90-page document, a report in 1577 about witchcraft in Cebu, about how Cebuanas, the witches, the Cebuanas are witches. We will enchant you. So the Cebuanas, so the witches, and of course, how they, of course, there was what they did. What was the witchcraft of Cebuanas in 16th century? So we are excited to know about that based from the research of Dr. 𝗬𝙞𝙗𝗵. So of course, during ancient times in pre-colonial Visayas, in the pre-colonial times in our archipelago, the healers and or the spiritual leaders, those who led rituals were only the women and those men who are feminized or who dressed as women. So the gays and the women were the spiritual leaders. They were very powerful before the Spaniards came. So of course, we would know what happened to them during colonization, during our discussion this afternoon. So we are also excited that we have with us for the first time in our event at Pandras. He is a teacher. He is a lecturer in history at the University of the Philippines College of Arts and University of the Philippines-Visayas College of Arts and Sciences, and he finished his Bachelor of Arts in History at the University of the Philippines-Visayas, and he is a native of Pandan Antique, and he works as a university researcher at the Center for West Visayan Studies of the University of the Philippines-Visayas. He is recommended by a professor at the UP Visayas for this discussion because he has research on the Babaylanes of Western Visayas. Please help me welcome, I think on audio, Sasha Dioso.
Yeah.
Maayong hapon, Sasha. Sasha? Is he? So we will have him. Ano siya? So we will talk with him in a while. So can we have Sasha may we have him on the volume should be up on his phone?
Magandang hapon sa lahat.
Yes, Sasha.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are already
Yes,
audible.
Yeah, magandang hapon kahit na hindi maganda 'yon nangyayari ngayon sa amin dito sa Antique.
Yes.
But yun sige lang no. Kailangan nating palakasin yung loob no para ma-address yung mga nararanasan natin ngayon dulot ng kalikasan.
Yes. So, daghang salamat, Sasha, for still being with us and trying your best, even with the weather conditions. So, while you will be talking in a while, when you answer our questions, we would be showing your slides for you. So, for those following us on Facebook, we request you to type your questions while Sasha, while Sasha would be discussing with us his research, we invite you to also type your comments or your questions for him while he still has signal and while he still has batteries, because in Antique right now there really is no power and no intermittent internet signal. So we have him on audio, but we'll be showing you his visual aids. He's sharing his research. He already sent us his visual aids. So, asa na ang akong asantil mo? So while we will be starting, so we are still waiting for is Dr. Danny already around? But I think Sasha would be the first to answer our question. Asa na ang santil mo? Wala pa? Wala pa? Later na lang ang santil mo? Wala pa gyapon? Na? So one of the mythical objects or creatures in Visayan folklore is do we have our mythical creature also giving me the santil mo o wala na? Sige, so may we have it fast because our resource persons have so the santil mo is here with the mambabarang or mangkukulam. So the santil mo is a mythical ball of fire. So can we show it to the camera, please? So the santil mo is a flaming drink. And so if you join the pangita and siltil mo, look for the santil mo, you will be able to taste this mythical drink. Ayaw iyabo. Surprisingly, even it is flaming, it's very cold. So I can really feel the spirit of the, I can really feel nga cold kayo siya bisan it is flaming. So thank you for the drink. So do you have a tissue? Mangayo ko tissue kay natuluan ko kuan kanang natuluan ko santil mo. The santil mo dripped on me. So it is flaming, but it is cold. Murag kuan kanang uwan init. It is gasiga siya, it is flaming, it is a ball of fire, but it is very cold. Could the santil mo be like that? It is on fire, but when you eat it, when you taste it, it's very cold. It's very cold, like his heart. so there will also be hugot lines tomorrow, hugot lines contest, aside from the kalag-kalag hadla-hadla event tomorrow night. So tonight is also a Visayan mythical creatures cosplay contest, and there are games pangitaa and santilmo and pwede kuan sa ma-silent sa si Sasha. So now we have Sasha. And so our first question for Sasha in his research about the Babaylanes of Western Visayas. So we have this question for our panelists from the University of the Philippines-Visayas for Sasha. We would like to ask him, what is a Babaylan?
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry for that. Magandang hapon, yung Babaylan kasi nakikita natin sa slide na una, ito ay yung mga sagot ko dito, these are also products of research of other scholars before me, and I just want to present the definition, or sabi nila, what is a Babaylan, what makes a Babaylan Babaylan. Una dyan, meron siyang calling sa panay na tawag namin itong surundon calling, and has undergone an intense religious experience. Essentially, yung essential part ng experience niya is having immersed into the cosmos. Kumbaga parang yung iba nag-travel or nagpumunta sa ibang dimension. Pangalawa, yung Babaylan ay tinitingnan siya bilang chosen or elected the position of priest and healer by the spirits. So yung calling niya is initially manifested by visions in dreams, yung experiences with supernatural beings. Yung iba ay nagkakaroon ng long and lingering illness. Later on, pag naging healed na sila or gumaling na sila, ayun, marami na silang alam sa iba't ibang paraan ng pagkipag-usap, mga ganun sa words ng spirits. And in other cases, may manifestation ng supernatural skill. Ibig sabihin, may mga superpowers, kumbaga. Pangatlo, a Babaylan can communicate with ancestral environmental spirits through a medium they alone know. So ito ay done via a ritual language na siya lang yung nakakaalam, at piniperform niya ito by halimbawa striking a porcelain bowl or metallic bell-shaped object, or pwede rin yung tuob na tinatawag namin, like in Panay, or a fumigation ritual. Another characteristics ng isang Babaylan ay he or she has the ability to make a supernatural spirit enter and leave his body at will. At this is done also during a ritual wherein a supernatural is invited to us para hingin yung tulong ng supernatural na yan. And in this case, yung Babaylan ay napoposes, sa makikita natin na yung body niya ay nagte-tremble or in a trance-like appearance. And a Babaylan also has the ability to coax back a lured or captured dungan. In Karaya, it's dungan. In Hiligaynon, it's dungan. Dr. Magos Dr. Alice Magos, a foremost anthropologist in West Visayan culture, would define dungan as double or soul spirit. And magiging malakas lang yung dungan na yan if nagkakaroon ng offering ng food or conversing with a spirit na nag-cause ng paghina ng dungan, no, ng isang tao in a friendly manner, no. And yung mga babaylan na ito ay being considered as a folk philosopher and an ideologue, no, according to Dr. Magos. Pag sinabi nating folk philosopher, alam niya yung origin, structure of the universe and the inhabitants. And when we talk of a babaylan being an ideologue, she has a comprehensive set of ideas about the universe, often expressed in rituals. So basically, yan yung pagkuha natin, no, describe kung ano ba talaga, no, yung babaylan, no, or what makes.
Yes, thank you very much, Shasha. So we would be giving you some more questions in a while. Before that, is Dr. Danny already around? Wala pa siya. So we would now like to so Sasha, in your discussion about dungan. So actually we had healers here even in Siquijor. I went to Siquijor and we had also healer Tambalan
Yes, ma'am.
from her roots were from Siquijor, and she was telling me about abay. So it is I guess it's just like dungan. So dungan is a Bisaya word. Dungan, like yes, double or someone who is with you, right? Or
Yes.
and then she also mentioned it as abay.
Okay.
So maybe it's the same thing. So Sasha, we would like to know regarding this your research regarding, is this from the oral tradition or from the interviews from the babaylanes right now or the healers right now, that the tambalan, or what, how do you call the tambalan in Panay and Negros?
Yeah, but I could speak, no, sa halimbawa sa antique villages, tawag namin ay mga no, maaram, you know.
Maaram.
Yung extensive research was done by Dr. Alice Magos, though on my part naman I ventured also into research regarding folk healing, post-burial ritual, na kung saan tiniperform din ng mga babaylan, no. Generic yung term na babaylan, pero like in Kinarea villages may term na maaram, meron pang term na busalian, no, to refer to a very skilled as well as very powerful na mga babaylan, ganun.
Yes. So actually there is a question, but I guess you will answer this later when we discuss about the babaylanes in colonial times, that we would like to take note that there is a pending question. Maybe this would be buried among the comments. There is a question from Ferdinand Ferdinand Magellan about the role of the babaylanes or the Catalonan in colonial times, because Catalonan is also the term used in Luzon for the
Yes, ma'am.
babaylanes. So we would reserve that later. So while we are still waiting for Dr. Danny, Sasha, we would like to ask you regarding the babaylan practices also in Western Visayas. And we would like to know if these are the practices in pre-colonial times or colonial times or today.
Okay. Sige, no. Well, yung may mga records would say, no, like Agustinians were assigned in Panay in 1700s, mentioned a community ritual performed by Babaylanes annually. And in Western Visayas, ito yung every 7 years, no, the Babaylans would come together for a communal offering in Tubungan, Iloilo. Tubungan is in southern part of Iloilo, and the Babaylans would come together, no, even Babaylan from Negros would come together in Tubungan, and it was mentioned also, no, that that gathering was mentioned in La Political de Español in Filipinas, and was recorded to have taken place in 1874. And aside from that communal na mga offering, no, pagsasama-sama ng mga babaylan, yung mga practices, halimbawa, no, sa Panay, no, I just want to clarify that what I'm sharing with you right now are products also of researchers of other scholars ahead of me, you know. Of course, no, some of my findings also. And may paniniwala rin, no, na yung universe, no, para sa kanila ay 7-layered na composed ng ranig-ranig, tubig, ilalim, lupa, kahanguna, ibabaw, and kahanginan. It's kahanginan, ibabaw, at langit. Yung sa pinakababa, no, ranig-ranig is the base of the world where nobody lives. Okay? Yung next naman, no, sa ibabaw ng ranig-ranig ay yung tubig or yung water. And this is inhabited by water spirits like kataw or yung mga mermaids natin, 𝘽𝙘𝙘, or yung mga male sea monsters. Then, on top of the tubig is yung idalim, na inkaraya, idalom in Hiligaynon. It's literally below. Ito yung area na inhabited by spirits such as tulayhang, tibsukan, lulid, no? And sa ibabaw naman, ang next layer ay yung lupa. Ito ay yung nai-inhabit natin kung saan tayo nananahan, kung saan tayo naninirahan. And also, kasama natin, we coexist, no, sa lupa ay yung mga spirits known as tamawo, kamakama, muwa, burulakaw, murukpok, mangilaw, mantiw, napakarami pang iba like kapre, sigbin, bawa, mulang, aswang. And also, in the lupa, andyan din yung plains, mountains, seas, and other land and water forms. Now, next sa lupa, sa itaas niyan, yung kahanginan or yung aerial space. Ito ay territory of aerial spirits known as mga bentuhangin, hubot, mga ganon. And after sa kahanginan, andyan yung ibabaw, yung above, where the kapapuan and kamalaman or spirits of the dead ancestors. At sa pinakamataas, no, na layer, ay yun yung langit. The first and highest layer. Ito yung home ng creator ng universe na tinatawag na makaako. So, these are yung mga practices, no, ng Babaylan sa Panay. At the same time, aside from mga paniniwala na yan, no, nagpe-perform din ng mga rituals itong mga Babaylans, no? So rituals such as panait, paghagbay, patalas, araw-aw, batakdengan, bot-bot, bawi, hanggab, no, na document ni Santiago Mulato. I also documented patnog, taba, and other rituals. Then patulod, pabulag sa kalag, Dr. Magos, and pukaw ni Jose Bulante. These rituals, no, encompasses like life cycle rituals. There are also rituals pertaining to farming, fishing, no, and many other activities na kung saan makikita natin yung talagang napakalaking papel ng mga Babaylan na ito, no, sa pamumuhay ng mga pamayanan. Yun po, ma'am.
Yes, would you show, it is a time that you would show us those,
yes.
the post-burial ritual?
Yes.
Yes.
So makikita nyo yan, that was the ritual that I was able to document sometime in 2006. However, no, namatay na nung yung right officiator, yung ritualist, no, yung nagpe-perform ng ritual. And eventually yung supposedly yung successor niya, no, hindi niya tinanggap yung pamamahala ng ritual. Kasi ang daming siyempre may mga requirements yun, yung pagiging mga ritualist na ito, no? Hindi ka pwedeng magbisyo, di ba? Dapat upright, no, yung pamumuhay. Hindi ka magiging lulong, di ba? Ang dami ring mga requirements, no? May mga ganung requirements. But what yung nakalagay sa visual aid natin, no, isang ritual yan. It's a post-burial ritual because the belief is that yung pag namatay yung tao, yung kanyang kaluluwa ay hindi pa umalis sa bahay kasi hindi alam ng kaluluwa, napatay na pala yung katawang lupa. So there's a need for that ritual, no? Especially through striking the walls and the floors para malaman niya napatay na pala yung katawang lupa, and the soul needs to go to its distinct place. So napakaraming symbolism yung ritual na yan, no? I would not elaborate, no, kasi nga medyo mahaba, no. But I'll give you an example. Gumagamit ng salang, yung sap ng tama ba yung tree, recent tree, something. Basta yung salang yung tawag namin dito niyan sa Panay, because matagal ma-extinguish yung apoy, so it will provide, no, enough light for the soul on its journey to its distant place. So yan yung patnog na burial ritual na pinapractice in northern Antique as well as in western part of Aklan. However, because of like cultural influences coming from outside as well as some modernization, nawawala na yung mga ganong practices. So nandyan din yung video, just a short clip of a video kung pwedeng i-play, it's a ritual on Batak Dingan.
So actually, the team cannot play the PowerPoint, the video that is attached to the PowerPoint. So
sige ma'am, okay lang.
It's
I just want, sige, i-describe ko na lang yung video,
Yes.
The video is about a ritual called Batak Dingan. It's part of the output that we did on the book Traditional Knowledge Systems of Panay and Guimaras in 2018. And yung Batak Dingan is very common here in Panay as well. I think as well in Negros. Na kung saan, sabi nga kanina ma'am, yung Dingan, yun yung soul spirit. So in order for the Dingan of a person to be strong, and not to be weakened by malevolent spirit, there should be a ritual para ma-strengthen yung Dingan. So usually, mga bata yung ginagawa ng ganung ritual kasi yung paniniwala na mahina pa yung Dingan ng mga bata, so kailangan palakasin. Okay? So yan ma'am,
So
yung
that's
mga practices.
Yes, and I also remember. So when I went also to the healing paradise of Siquijor, that's last August. So they mentioned this because you mentioned about in the records of the Augustinians, there was a gathering of Babaylanes, of the healers annually in the 700s, and the annual gathering of healers is still being done in Siquijor until today. So I would say that it could be a continuing tradition, but it vanished in other parts of the Visayas or in our archipelago, but it still continued in Siquijor. And then when you said about the Babaylanes, or our ancestors believed in the 7-layered universe, so that explains why the healers would look for medicines from the different areas. Like they have medicines from the forest, so that's already from land, and then they would also look for medicine for their traditional medicine from the sea. So you said about the rituals performed in the sea, and also the belief in those in the water, and in the sky, and under the earth, and at land. So there are still practices until today, although not anymore. As you said, there are times that when they would try to pass on their knowledge, like it would say ibilin or itunol to the younger generation wouldn't accept the knowledge or the power being passed on, because as you said, it's very hard. There are so many things to lumanon, as they say, that they need to do for them also to become healers. So we have more questions for you, Sasha, in a while. So while is Dr. Danny already around? So actually, si Sasha was telling us about the tuob, some healing practices. And then also, we would like to show you this fun video created by the young people at Palmgrass, the interns at Palmgrass, also written by an former intern from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. And she wrote this when she knew about that healing practice in Siquijor, about fortune telling with an egg. So this is a fun video. So this is just a minute. So this was shown during the 1-year anniversary of Palmgrass Cebu Heritage Hotel's Alima Native Massage. And this is the video.
Lahat pa baka ko niya? Ha? Nga naman. Does he still think of me ba? Shoota! Nga naman, naano siya laing? Huy, tinuod! Daan palagi ko.
Sakit no? Okay, stop na. It's time for hailing dive.
How man?
How pa? Bisaya style?
Ha?
Uy, kuyugi ko. Nganong di man ka. Kuyugi na.
Daghang salamat for that video, that fun video by the interns of Pamgrass. It's their fun retelling of a healing practice, a healing ritual about fortune telling. So now we have, I guess, we already have our resource person from Bicol and also our author of the Ferdinand Magellan book. So the one who researched about the witchcraft in Cebu in 16th century. So we have already Dr. Danny Herona. So Dr. Danny, so you're still in the car. So this is a mobile forum. So this is this is really the new normal, the new normal forum. You can be at the library or in the car during a forum. So we would like you to. We are so happy that you shared with us about this document in 1577 that you found in Seville, Spain. So please elaborate more about about Babaylanism or witchcraft or Hachisiria.
Yeah. First, of course, as our first speaker has said, rightly said that it's our pre-colonial, you might say, priestess. And as Carida just said earlier, there's another kind of a priest, a man, but then he's called a different name. It's not called Babaylan, but he's called Asog in Bicol and in Visaya. So he's a man who has two genital organs. That's the distinction of this person. And in some literature, in some documents, the Asog is believed to be of a higher, you might say, status than a Babaylan. But Babaylan is generally the term used for female, although it applies to male. But as I said, there's another specific male priest by the name of Asog. But generally, what is popular is Babaylan because apparently there are more priestesses than priests at that time, because it's very, very difficult to have a man who has two genital organs. But then he is also looked up to in a much higher category than the Babaylan, because Babaylans are very, very common. There are so many of them, whereas an Asog is only one. And he is regarded as of a higher status because of the fact that he represents God, the ancient God. The idea is, if a man could have the genital organ of a man and a woman, therefore he represents God, the power of God, who can create man and woman. And that's the reason why an Asog is regarded as much higher than the Babaylan. But the Babaylan, as I said, is known in Visayas, but in the Tagalog region, we also have another name for them. They call the Katulunan. So in Tagalog, the priestess is called Katulunan, but in Visaya, he is called Babaylan. And generally, from what we know from Father Alcina, of course, renowned 17th century Jesuit chronicler, that the Babaylan actually acquired her power because of, as our earlier speaker has said, Sasha has said, that one is actually given some kind of power by a higher being. And one manifestation, according to Alcina, that a person was granted a certain kind of a power is a certain instance he related in Visaya. He said a certain woman climbed a tree, and after going down, the woman could speak a different language, and because of that, the people eventually declared her as a priest, because apparently God had given her the power to speak a different language. So essentially, that's how Babaylan is regarded. But what about the echesa or the hechiceria? The hechiceria is a word for witchcraft, a Spanish word for witchcraft, but there is another word also that the Spaniards introduced, the brujeria or bruja. You probably are more familiar with the word bruja than hechiza. But then, as I said, they are actually almost the same. Although in the Spanish world, in the 16th century Spanish world, the hechiza is, or the witch, is actually regarded as one who possesses power coming from her own internal capacity. So it means to say that the witch possesses power from her own knowledge, probably of herbal medicine, from her own knowledge of human anatomy. So she can practice healing, she can perform some, she can dispense certain kind of hallucinogenic, let's say, drinks, because of her knowledge of flora, of fauna of a certain locality. On the other hand, the bruja, in brujeria, the person possesses power coming from another external force, generally associated with the demon or the devil. But then in the Philippines, when the Spaniards used the word brujeria and hechiceria, they actually blurred the distinction between the two. So bruja and hechesa could be the same in this particular respect.
Yes, so that would be, so the power, because you have an internal power, is it's not from the demon. So actually, when we went to Siquijor, they also differentiated that. Now, there are a different set of healers, and those who make sorcery, or like modaot, or the ones who put a cast or a spell or an evil things, like you would be able to have worms or creatures in your tummy or different parts of your body with that doll, and that they would have a part of your body that they would with that doll, and they would put a spell. But then also they said that in the for example, that practice of poisoning, I guess we would discuss that later in your discussion about other about pharmacology later. So the next question you would like to ask is regarding the details. Please give details of this document that you shared regarding the 1577 Augustinian investigation of witchcraft in Cebu.
Yeah. Um, it's an interesting document. Unfortunately, it's not accessible to Filipino researchers right now because it's not online. Although we have already these pares in the internet, because of the Archivo General de Indias placed in the internet and made it accessible throughout the world. But it's a misconception, because there are lots of documents that are in the Archivo General de Indias which are not yet found in the internet, and I do not know the reason why. Documents are not that Spain did not actually completely release them for public access. But the whole point is it's when I was doing research for my work on my dissertation, and later on the Augustinian history. I'm still working on the history of the Augustinians in Cebu from the first 50 years in the Philippines, and it got delayed so much, not because of the lack of documents, but because of the abundant sources, and I have to sift through them. And among them is this document that I got in Archivo General de Indias in 1577. The document is dated March 2, 1577, and it contains about 94 pages. And it's actually a transcript of reports undertaken by the Augustinians. The document says, "Este colectado bien y fielmente sacado de ciertas diligencias e informaciones e averiguaciones echado en el convento del Santísimo Nombre de Jesús por Fray Alonso Gutierrez de la Orden de San Agustín." So it says there in English. Unfortunately, I was not able to place that in our lecture today, but I already placed that in my abstract. That particular that one there, Karina, that you noticed with a very very strange handwriting.
May
That
we
was
show
the
the
first page.
abstract?
Can you show that, please?
Yes. Just continue, Dr. Danny.
Yeah, it's very very difficult to read it. That definitely. If you anybody who does research on 16th century documents, very very hard to read this. That one, the other on the side. That was the first page of the document. And as I said, it's very very difficult to 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 understand the 16th century paleography because of the handwriting is terribly difficult, and even the nuances. If you can read the handwriting, then the other difficulty is the translation of the document. So it's not easy to translate 16th century documents. And this is an interesting, as I said, interesting document. But because I hardly read any material who made mention of this, the only one material that I have read was written by a Spaniard, still based in Spain, and it's written in Spanish, and it made mention of this particular document. But what is the document all about? It says that in English, let me just translate that caption there in the upper part. It says there that this is faithfully gathered from and faithfully obtained from certain dispatches and informations and investigations made in the convent of the Most Holy Name of Jesus by Fray Alonso Gutierrez. So Fray Alonso Gutierrez was actually the prior of the Augustinian convent of Cebu. What is interesting about this document, as I said, is this is so far the first document that ever mentioned of witchcraft, not only in Cebu but in the Philippines. One of the earliest, and which most historians in the Philippines were familiar about, the earliest mention of witchcraft was the work of Fray Juan de Plasencia. Juan de Plasencia was a Franciscan, but it was only written about 1584, 1585. But this one was written in 1577. And as I said, it contains 94 pages of very, very interesting documents, testimonies, declarations made by witches and by certain witnesses accusing these women of Cebu to be witches. So that's one of the highlights of this material. But what is the material all about? It began with a certain report by Fray Alonso Gutierrez of a certain family in Cebu, based in Cebu, 1577. This family was the family of Villalobos. Villalobos is a Spaniard, and I suspect he was young. He was young at the time, and he had certain slaves in the family, and I think he was newly married at the time, and he was supposed to have been bewitched by a certain Cebuana by the name of 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵. 𝗵𝙗𝗵 is the native or indigenous name of this woman who had been recently converted to Christianity, and she adopted the name Ines, Christian name Ines, but she was actually the pre-Hispanic name was 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵. And what is interesting is 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 is supposed to be a slave of Villalobos, but then there was certain kind of an interesting affair between the two. Apparently, there was a sexual relationship between the two, but then 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 eventually bewitched and inflicted harm on Villalobos and his wife because Villalobos apparently promised 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 marriage, but then Villalobos married another one, and therefore 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 did not like it, and so she bewitched Villalobos. And there were, how was she bewitched? Briefly, I would say she was bewitched because it was Villalobos was given, or 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 supposedly placed a patito, a Spanish word patito. Patito in English is a little duckling or a small duck. I do not know how it looked like. There was no description of it, but it says it was made of tin, and it must have been small because the patito was supposed to have been inserted into the nose of Villalobos. And because of that, Villalobos became crazy. The wife of Villalobos became crazy, and the other members of the household became crazy. So that was the story. But why duck or duckling? In medieval Europe, a duck is associated with witchcraft, and it is said that the duck is light and just like a wood that can float. So if a witch could burn and a wood could burn, then they would put the witch side by side with a duck. If the duck could float and the witch could float or could fly, then they shared certain kind of qualities. I do not know the reason behind this, but they said it was generally a test conducted in medieval Europe. If a person could burn, then it means that she is light as a log and just light as a duck. That's generally the association between this, and for that reason, if a witch could burn, then she is actually eventually burned because of the fact that a portion, by the way, during the test, a portion of his body is burned. And if it burns, then it means to say she's just like a wood that is light, just like a duck. But as I don't really understand the logic very well, but this is the medieval way of looking at the connection of the duck and the witch. So that's one thing. Then there is another element in the investigation. Because aside from Villalobos, who was bewitched by Ines, by Ginapas, there is another young man who was supposedly about 7 years old or 15 years old. He was a Spaniard by the name of Diego Hernandez. And Diego Hernandez is interesting because of the fact that Diego Hernandez also is engaged in a sexual relationship with Ginapas. Apparently, Ginapas is interested in Diego Hernandez, although very, very young. But then, it is said that Ginapas was interested in Diego sexually because Diego also kept promising her that he would give Ginapas pieces of gold. And so, Ginapas, because of the fact that Diego could not comply with his promise, eventually Diego was also bewitched by Ginapas. But Diego's story of bewitching would eventually tell, it has a very, very interesting narrative that I will discuss that later on. Because this has something to do with the issue of resurrection. This has something to do with the certain issue of how does heaven look like, hell look like. Because apparently Diego, according to his testimony, had been there when he temporarily died because of the witchcraft of Ines or Ginapas. But another thing, there are actually other witches mentioned in Cebu. Quite interesting because this is the first time that we have names of the witches of Cebu. It mentioned of Ines, Ginapas. It mentioned of Beatriz. It mentioned of another Panaan. It mentioned of Guasabial. It mentioned of Suayal, Bugbog, Siak. These were some of the witches. First time that we know, and first time that we heard of such names were Cebuana witches. And this is based on the investigation of witchcraft in Cebu, and well documented.
Daghang salamat for the very interesting story about the witches, Ines, Ginapas. Is that Ginapas? With
Yes.
S? Yes, Ginapas. Is it Gapas, like a cotton? And then actually
Cotton,
Gapas here is cotton. So,
yeah.
and then we would say, hell has no fury, like a Cebuana woman which scorned. So, if in Cebu you would make a woman angry if you promise her love and you don't fulfill it, watch out, there will be a duck in your nose. And then you would also die temporarily. Mamatay ka, murag kalag-kalag, patay, mamatay ka. So, so we would really want to know the names of those witches, those heroines of our love-hate story. So it's very interesting because there is the sexual aspect and then there's a love story with that with witchcraft. So be careful. Don't promise of Cebuana love and you don't fulfill it, you will become a duck. I mean, you will become crazy. Mabuang ka. Mabuang yun ka. Nagang salamat for this. Very interesting. We've heard it for the first time. We would really want to put the names of those Cebuana witches here because right now the names of our floors are named after the leaders of the Cebu Katipunan. Even Lapu-Lapu, we have Hardin Dagami. They're all men. We only had a few women heroes in our rooms. The names of Juliana Revilles, those who sued the flag. So now we will have more names. We would ask them from you. We would have them on our koan. You would encase them. The women who dared to defy the Spaniards. So of course in the stories in Siquijor, they would say that poisoning because here in William Henry Scott's article in Looking for the Pre-Hispanic Filipino, he mentioned about the Dagami Revolt or in the Dagami Revolt that where the women also poisoned the Spaniards. So they killed the Spaniards through poisoning. So it could have been the work of healers or the witches. So, but in Sikihor, actually, they can poison someone. They said they can poison someone without putting anything into the food or anything. They can just look at you and cast a spell for against you or tap your shoulder. So that's how powerful the sorcerers are. So now, Dr. Danny, we would like you to elaborate on the if there is the scientific explanation of the herbs, the herbal medicine, or is there pharmacology of witchcraft? And please elaborate.
Okay, thank you very much, Caridad. Now, I mentioned a certain portion here, and there's a certain mention of the pharmacology of witchcraft rituals. Because I think you never heard of what materials, what chemicals, what plants, what animals were the witches using to concoct certain kind of a drink, certain kind of poison, or certain kinds of a gayuma. Because, by the way, in early colonial texts, in early documents, you will encounter different terms about witchcraft. We all, of course, witchcraft in English, hechiceria in Spanish, but then Tagalog regions have their own term on witchcraft. They would say in Tagalog, based on the works of Pedro Rizal Buenaventura. This is a Vocabulario de la Lengua Tagala that was published in 1613. He mentioned, he translated hechizar as gaway, gayoma, tagisama, huklob. These are some of the names that were used by San Buenaventura to identify, to translate in a way, the word hechizar. Then in Bicol, in the Diccionario of Fray Marcos de Lisboa, which was also composed around 1600s, and it says there that hechizar, alguno, is translated to Bicol as dalongdong, and hechicero o brujo was generically called in Bicol aguahan. So this, meaning to say, every region has its own name of witchcraft, meaning to say it must have been popular throughout the archipelago and it has a localized context in this particular respect. In Pampanga, of course, Fray Diego Bergaño, who published his Vocabulario de Pampanga in 1732, identified the word hechiceria with kulam, a very, very popular term, of course. But then in Cebuano, based on Father Alonso de Mentrida, Mentrida wrote his dictionary in the early 1600s, and he was of course an Augustinian, and he says there, he used the word lilihion, uh, and the Cebuanos, Caridad knows better than me, on this, he would say, he used another word, tulon-an sa paglihi. So that's another phrase he uses to describe witchcraft. And 𝗬𝘗𝗵𝗵 was given a translation of panangalap sang mga babaylan. So I probably recruitment probably of the babaylan. Probably that's how would it translate. But essentially, there would be different terms for witchcraft. But then, what were the materials used by the witches in producing certain kind of chemicals which they used to bewitch somebody? There is a certain document, again, part of the document mentions here. For example, so listen to this very interesting material. First, they made use of certain parts of animals. And what animals? The praying mantis. They make use of chicken feather. They make use of hair of cat's tail. They make use of nails and eggs of turtles. They make use of stone of the tail of black gecko. The stone, this is an ancient belief that certain animals possess a particular kind of a magical stone in their body. And so you have to get them, and it could produce certain power in the person. It also makes use of the stone near the tail of snake called bulakan, tail of another snake called tagiwalo, a stone of other snakes like anguilla or eel called casili, of course, also known as gribais, and the tail of it, and toadstone, or as they call it in Spanish, sapo de la cabeza, also known as boponite, a mythical stone, or as I have said earlier, or gem thought to be found in the head of a toad and brains, and so not only a toad, but of course the stone is also believed to be found in snakes and all the other things. So they also make use of brains and hair of deer on the tail, and stone of rat near the tail. They also make use of blood of some large spiders, and hands and mouths of scorpions and its blood, and head of centipede, tails and eggs of snails. Apparently, they produce concoctions of all these materials, and that's what they probably drink, or that's what they dispense to certain persons suffering from certain disease, or persons they wanted to kill in the process. They also make use of chemicals, among them wax coming from a certain tree. They also make use of oil and kamangyan. So these are some of the materials mentioned in the Spanish documents that they were used. And in terms of plants, they make use of a certain kind of a plant which I haven't really located what it was, or I could identify. It mentions there are the roots of pilamon herbs. I do not know what this is. And it mentioned the roots of salimbagat plant. And it made use of tanglad, buyo, dangkalan flower, bukia, wine, and what I do not really know what of at the moment. So there are certain kind of materials to produce certain. These are the ingredients of their form of witchcraft. And so essentially, we get a glimpse of this material. We never heard. I haven't seen any document which mentioned such kind of materials that these witches either drink or they dispense to some people whom they wanted to bewitch or to kill or to make them crazy. So, okay.
Daghang salamat, Dr. Danny. So, we would know also that even in the Battle of Mactan, we would know that the arrows were poisoned. And some Visayas historians also said even the bladed weapons were poisoned. And of course, so these were the works of the Babaylanes. And while the warriors would bring with them the poisoned weapons, they also carried with them the antidotes for these poisons. So they would bring with them also another concoction of the Babaylan. So we would know from 𝚬𝙗𝗵𝗵 that the healers would be gathering these medicine, these ingredients for their medicine in all Fridays of Lent. So they would go to the forest. They would be about more than hundreds of barks and leaves of trees and roots that they would gather. They would also gather these from the sea. So we would know, we are amazed that the 𝘬𝙗𝗵𝗵 continues the practice of gathering from plants their materials for their medicine. Because of course they told us that it took about more than 150 years until a parish was erected or was established in 𝘬𝙗𝗵𝗵. There was already a parish more than 100 years after the 1565 Spanish occupation of the Visayas. So it took them a long time to gain foothold in 𝘬𝙗𝗵𝗵. That's why the healing practices continued. So thank you very much for your the mention of those things found in the archives, because when we had a discussion last year about the aphrodisiacs and poisons in pre-colonial Visayas or 500 years ago, our resource person who was also a toxicologist and a pharmacologist from the University of the Philippines, Manila, only mentioned he doesn't have really the archival documents, but he just mentioned what are the poisonous plants and animals in our archipelago that could have been used by our warriors or the Babaylanes in the past to concoct the poison. So we now have, thank you very much for your research. We now have some of the names of the plants, not just a speculation, but really reported by the Augustinians in 1577. So we have a few more, I guess 2 more questions, but there is already a question for you from the Magellan Elcano Study Center. By the way, I want to say hi to Marlinda Ambetican of Cebu, Rodora, a flag tour guide, and also Rolando Buho. So there is a question for Dr. Danny. I'm curious to know the nature of the intent upon which witchcraft in the 16th century Philippines was generally administered. Were the reasons purely personal and vindictive? Were there more impersonal socio-political reasons defending the community against native raiders, which probably the colonizers summarily interpreted as evil? I guess Dr. Danny would discuss about colonial politics in a while. Thank you to the Partido State University Magellan Elcano Study Center for joining us. We know you are a follower of Dr. Danny. So while we are waiting for more questions, we would now like to have another question for Sasha, who is undergoing the typhoon right now. Is only on audio. So may we have, I guess we are, Sasha is around. So Sasha,
Hello?
yes, Sasha, we would like to discuss with us regarding also the how did the Babaylanes in Western Visayas react to colonization? So you discussed a while ago regarding the practices in Western Visayas, regard the Babaylanes of Western Visayas. Now we would like to ask you regarding, so may we also ask you regarding the herbs. Do you have also, may you share with us also the herbs or the ingredients of the healers in Western Visayas? While but before you answer this question regarding how the Western Visayas healers react to colonization.
Hello? Hi, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yung tanong, no, paano nag-react, no?
Yes.
Yeah, oh. Marami ring nakasulat like the 17th century, di ba? Palaging na may mention about Bancao in Leyte, Tamblot in Bohol, Tapar in Iloilo, who led revolts. These Babaylans led revolts in their own areas. However, yung mga religious uprisings in the late 17th century during the Spanish colonization, they were easily quelled. But it was not the case in the forthcoming centuries because the worsening conditions of the Spanish colonization prompted these Babaylan leaders to attract more peasants to their side. In fact, isa-isahin ko mamaya yung mga known na mga Babaylan leaders in Western Visayas who participated in the struggle for decolonization, struggle for independence in their own right. In the 19th century, nagkaroon na rin ng mga leaders na kinoconnect nila yung kanilang pakikipag-aklas, Babaylanic leaders na kinoconnect nila yung kanilang pakikipag-aklas sa Philippine Revolution na. But I would like to present some of the Babaylans who led revolts in Western Visayas. Isa dyan si Ponciano Elorpe, also known as 𝗬𝗏 Buhawi, in Xiato, Negros Oriental in 1868. Siya isang traditional leader at saka healer at pinaniniwalaan na meron siyang supernatural powers and reported to have dominion over natural elements like wind and rain. Kaya nga yung nickname niya Buhawi. Kasi pwede niya makontrol yung wind, rain, gano'n. And he was able to attract many followers in oriental coast of Negros, like from Tolong in the south and Tanhay in the north. So si 𝗬𝗏 Buhawi. There's also 𝗦𝘀𝗵𝗵 Negros Occidental, who started yung pag-aaklas niya in 1896. Siya isang migrant worker from Antique, though may nagsasabi na galing siya ng San Joaquin, Iloilo. He is known to possess an anting-anting dahil nga sa isang pakipag-away sa isang Spaniards, he fled to the mountains. And very much in the mountains, in Negros Occidental, in Isabela particularly, he was able to have this massive following, and he led the building of churches, he baptized the faithful, performed marriages, dispensed magic to protect his followers, according to some articles. And he was acknowledged by his followers as their head with the title Papa or Pope. Thus, yung pangalan niya, he is known also as Papa Issue. And when the Philippine Revolution broke out, Papa Issue directed his first attack on the lowland in Magallanes, which is now Moises Padilla, in Negros Occidental. Also, nung sinakop ng mga Amerikano rin yung Pinas, kumalaban din siya sa mga bagong mananakop, and he became the chief revolutionary leader in Negros. In Antique, nandun si Gregorio Dios, that's in 1898. I think sa visual aid 1898 nalagay ko, but it was in 1898. Yung pangalan niya is si Catalino Cervantes from Gamad, Dao, Antique. Only that yung kanya na short-lived yung kanyang pag-follow sa kanyang calling. Kasi nga he worked as isang staff siya sa sailing craft, and he received his calling while working. So yung vision niya, ininterpret yun as calling niya to revive the animistic binabaylan in the region. However, because of World War II, it was short-lived. But in 1961, itinatag niya ang religious group na Palatukuran sa Paghidait Estrella Bangot Banwa. These are based sa studies ng mga scholars in 1961. So yung dito na the Babaylans filled the leadership vacuum held formerly by Datos. In fact, ito yung mga chieftain nung una. Yung mga chieftain nung una were co-opted by the colonizers, especially during the Spanish colonial period. In fact, ginawa pa nga silang parang mga tagapag-ugnay at in-exempt sila sa pagbabayad ng buwis itong mga dato. Pero anong kapalit nun, di ba? Sila din yung tumutulong sa oppression kasi nga kinukunan nila sila yung tagapag-ugnay sa pagbibigay ng buwis sa mga colonial administrators. But these Babaylans naman, on the other hand, sila yung face ng resistance because ang daming mga babaylan na hindi nagpaloob sa mga colonial policies like for example reducciones, yung reduction na system. Maraming mga babaylan at mga tinatawag na mga, of course, ng mga taong labas ng reduction na manifestation ng resistance ng mga natives during that time. So, as I've said, these babaylans fill the leadership vacuum held formerly by the datus. So, paano sila nag-react? Nag-resist sila. They wanted to have their native beliefs and practices pagpapatuloy pa rin yung kanilang mga paniniwala at kanilang practices.
Daghang salamat, Sasha. This is interesting that how about the Babaylanes really, when others, like even when the political leaders already were already co-opted, but then the spiritual leaders, supposedly the spiritual leaders of the community, the Babaylanes, the Aso, they continued their fight because of course they were demonized by the Spaniards. They were called as demons, right? Bruja, witches, everything evil. So even the women were prevented from having pleasure even in the sexual aspect. They would call the gadgets that the women liked as creation of the devil. So we would like to know if you if it is in your research how the healers or the Babaylanes transition from being women and gays into now men. The religious leaders, the native religious leaders now are men. There are more men now as performing the role of the previously feminine Babaylan or even the Asok. Men are now having the role of the spiritual leader or religious leader of the community. Sasha. Wala na yes.
Medyo, hello?
Yes.
Pero hindi ko nakuha yung buong kwan mo kasi medyo kwan yung signal ko talaga.
The copy. So I guess if you cannot hear me, I guess I will ask the question to Dr. Danny na lang because he has a more stable signal right now. Sasha, we would like to know again regarding to continue with your sharing about your research. So I guess we would continue all the questions for you. So that because you have a problem there with the typhoon. So we would like to yes, and then how did the colonization of the archipelago affect the Babaylan practices in Western Visayas?
Una, of course, nagkaroon ng disruption. Kasi yung pre-Spanish natin na culture, di ba? Well-entrenched yung animistic worldview. Because of these Babaylans as our spiritual leaders, talagang in fact nga, 'di ba? Mga dato magko-consult pa yan sa Babaylan kung pwede bang makipagdigma, sa ganitong mga araw, may mga ganun pa yan 'di ba? However, with the colonization of the archipelago, talagang ang daming widespread yung suppression, persecution of Babaylan. They were labeled as mujeres diabolicas, 'di ba? And in, like example, Panay, Agustinian record would mention the gathering of 180 mujeres diabolicas in the years 1702 to 1800. In Antique, specifically, is identified as the most superstitious sa lahat ng towns. Parang ganon. In fact, sa mga Babaylan kasi may paniniwala sila na sa apat kapamusod, sangkalibutan, yung four corners of the world, tatlo dyan makikita sa southern part ng Antique. At isa dyan makikita sa Iloilo, which is in Tubungan. So, kung sinasabi niyo ma'am kanina na yung Siquijor ay andyan pa rin, talagang napakayaman pa rin sa pre-Spanish o mga indigenous na culture, practices, lalo na sa mga healing traditions. Isa na rin yung Antique na kung saan in-identify rin, no, as one of the most superstitious of all times, no, ng mga Espanyol. And isa pa sa kung paano nakaapekto yung colonization ng Pilipinas, well, may mga nagkaroon din ng forced submission because of the church and state policies, di ba? Isa na dyan yung reduction. So yung iba, no, the role of Babaylan were relegated to the sidelines kasi pinalitan na sila ng priest, no, a male leader, Catholic leader. So kumbaga isa rin ito yung pagpasok ng Roman Catholic ay nagpatingkad ng patriarchal na sistema sa archipelago na kung saan nasanay dati yung archipelago, yung pre-Spanish natin na situation sa sa empowerment ng kababaihan, that women enjoyed a relative degree of equality with men, no, sa panahon na bago dumating mga Kastila. However, when the Roman Catholic as well as the Spanish colonial authorities hold the reins of power, ayun, naitsapwera yung Babaylan at kasama na doon yung mga practices. But of course, no, let us not forget na marami ring Babaylan. As I've said a while ago, marami ring Babaylan yung nag-resist. In fact, no, naging mga leaders, no, ng kanilang mga community.
Yes. Daghang salamat, Sasha. So actually, there are some reactions, but we would like you to continue with the. Can you show regarding the that where are the Babaylanes today? So we would also like you to know that the same as Antique or in Siquijor, we have a town here in Cebu, Naga, which is known to be, which is usually demonized to be a town of witches. So they would, because according to one writer also, a journalist who interacted in one of our discussions, said that in his research, it was Naga that was the last to be Christianized. So they did not want to be Christianized. They were the last in Cebu to be Christianized, and they continued the healing. Of course, they were called witches. The people there are called witches. If you want to fly, you go to Naga. If you want to ride, you ride a broom. You want to learn how to fly, you want to be a witch, you go to Naga. So because Naga was the last to be Christianized. So maybe those parts in Antique also did not immediately accept the Christian religion, or they accepted it but continued with the native, the ancient healing or religious practices. So we would like to know right now, where are now the Babaylanes in Western Visayas? So today, where are the Babaylanes in Western Visayas?
Hello.
Yes, where are the Babaylanes now of Western Visayas in where are they now?
In fact, ang dami pa ring mga Babaylans, no? Though well, in Iloilo and Capiz, no, para sinasabing may mga Ceruano, iba rin yung tawag, Manugbulong. Of course, in Cebu and Leyte, di ba, may mga tambalan or ano pang mga terms natin for sa kanila, na maaram of Antique. And they still exist, no? And they are still valued as healer, herbalist, no, diviner, specialist, and the likes. However, no, kung titingnan natin with the, sabi ko nga, with the modernization and technological advances, no, unti-unti na rin nagdi-diminish yung papel ng mga Babaylan, no, sa lipunan at sa iba't iba pang mga aspeto ng buhay. Pero no, the fact that they were able to sustain yung practices mismo, despite the fact of that we were colonized for 3 centuries and we were also colonized by the Americans for 48 years. The fact that andyan pa rin yung mga practices is an indication na they were able to persist through various reasons. So kung titingnan natin na yung mga Babaylan natin ngayon, no, andyan pa rin, though unlike before na yung kanila, yung papel nila ay hindi na ganoon ka laki. But in many rural areas and in many areas na hindi pa talaga naaabot ng modernization, no, or lalo mga technological na mga distractions. Because yung pagtingin ko dito, no, nawawala yung mga oral traditions natin, nawawala yung mga cultural heritage natin, kasi una, merong disruption sa traditional channels of knowledge transfer. Yung punto dito na kasi nawawala na rin yung nawawala na rin yung mga kwento-kwentuhan na dati kasi pag tapos ng kumain, magtitipon-tipon, so magkukwento yung lolo, that's a form of traditional channel of knowledge transfer. But right now, no, meron ng mga TV, meron ng mga so sabi nga natin, ang culture naman kasi ay hindi static, no, nag-evolve din yan. But of course, yung forma niya ay nag-evolve din, pero yung substance ay naki-carry over. So just like what happened to the Babaylanist practices, nag-evolve rin. In fact, ngayon, climate change, binabagyo kami sa Antique, malaki rin yung epekto ng climate change sa mga Babaylan practices na ito. Kasi with the extinction of various species ng mga herbs, ng mga plants na kanilang ginagamit sa kanilang panggagamot, nawawala na. So may tendency na kukuha sila, no, maggagamit sila ng alternative o tendency na mawawala yung certain aspect ng kanilang practices dahil na rin sa mga rason, no, or dahilan, halimbawa climate change, no. So yun po.
So we have also these pictures we would like to show regarding this ritual in Tubungan, Iloilo. May we show the photos? So may we reenactment of a panait ritual?
Oo, ma'am. Ni-reenact yung panait ritual. So, di ba, sinabi ko kanina na it was mentioned that in 1874 ba yun no, kanina, no? It was mentioned na talagang every 7 years, no, sila ay nagtitipon-tipon sa Tubungan, Iloilo. So, trinay ng community na i-reenact yung ritual ng pagtitipon-tipon na yon, no, thanks sa source ng photo. Ayun, no, isang ritual yan, no, panait ritual. So it was, diba, na-mention sabi ko in 1874. Ayun. So may mga photos pa ako, no, sa visual aid. Just hope na na-flash, no, yung ritual ng patnog. Na-present ko rin dyan yung photos ng tuob at saka daga, no? Yung hindi lang kasi naman sa bundok yung mga yung mga rituals na ito or yung mga practices na ito, even in coastal communities. Like for example, yung fumigation ritual para sa baruto, para sa good luck or para to ward away evil spirits, no? Yung tuob or daga, yung offering ng chicken para sa mga spirits, para sa good catch. Andyan rin yung natin sa aking sa visual aid. Andyan pa rin yung healing practices, no? Pero makikita natin na meron na rin presence of Roman Catholic elements sa mga healing practices ng ating mga Babaylan. Like for example, makikita sa picture, yung may isang picture ako dyan na kung saan yung lukay ba, yung coconut na leaves, no, na binibless during Easter Sunday. Sa Domingo de Ramos, Palm Sunday, ay ginagamit na ng mga Babaylan din mismo, no? So sabi ko there's the inclusion now of Roman Catholic elements in indigenous practices. Maybe it's part of the way, of these practices to survive or to persist by including some of Catholic or Roman Catholic elements, no? And also nandiyan din pinakita rin, no, sa picture na sana makita niyo rin yung buhay na buhay pa rin na panggagamot ng mga kasama nating mga ate, no, or mga aita. Nandiyan pa rin yung mga amulets, anting-anting. So going back to the question now, where are the Babaylan in today's time, no? Andyan pa rin, no? They tried to survive, at the same time they're trying to be significant to the lives of the people na bahagi pa rin ng kanilang cultural identity ang mga ganitong paniniwala at mga practices.
So yes, and daghang salamat, Sasha. So actually we also notice that when, of course, for example, the healers in Siquijor, some would say that they were tuga is a term used when it is given to you without, and you don't, like, it's not inherited, but you that power is of healing is given to you through dreams. So that's tuga for them. And then right now they're, before they would invoke the diwatas or the supernatural uh, beings in pre-colonial times. So now they would say that it was the Santo Niño who made them dream about being a healer, or the Virgin Mary. So there are now Roman Catholic elements in the practices of the traditional healers. So actually there is a comment here, Sasha. This would be the last because I know you are having a problem with your battery of your mobile phone. It would be interesting to study the herbal herbal lore associated with witchcraft from both an ethnographic and ethnobotanical perspective. This is from Gonzaga Basconia Des. I don't know if Gonzaga is has a medical background or a history or anthropological background. So this is a comment, just a comment. So anyway,
Yes,
Sasha, do
I,
you have any comment about that?
yes ma'am, I agree, no? Mas maganda kasi pag yung sa pagpananaliksik sa mga researches natin, multidisciplinary, very interesting, no? Kaya nga sabi ko nga, ano ba, pwede nating pasukan, like for example, yung mention na comment ni ma'am. At the same time, sabi ko nga, pwede rin nating tingnan ano yung epekto ng climate change naman sa mga folk healers natin. I have a paper on the effect of COVID-19 naman sa mga women folk healers sa coastal communities na talagang, I just want to share, sabi ko nga, sabi ng isa, because sa COVID, hindi na sila nakapaglaot yung asawa niya at wala na siyang magagamit para sa kanyang isang ritual. Yung isang healer naman, sabi niya, because of COVID restriction, because of mobility restriction, hindi rin siya nakapag-perform ng annual niya na ritual para sa mga spirits kasi hahanap pa siya ng 7 na iba't ibang uri o kulay ng manok, may mga ganon. So sa comment ni ma'am, talagang magandang magkaroon tayo ng multidisciplinary research kasi naman dapat talaga nating tingnan ang isang phenomenon or ang isang practice or ang isang bagay sa iba't ibang anggulo para magkaroon tayo ng parang holistic, no, na understanding ng isang bagay.
So, daghang salamat, Sasha, for sharing with us. Even with the difficulty, you still made it through. And then,
yes, ma'am. At saka, mauna na ako, ma'am. I said,
sige.
mamamatay na yung battery ko.
Daghang salamat for being with us, and I'll see you when you come to Cebu. So, for your questions, daghang salamat, Sasha. So, for your questions for Sasha, I guess Dr. Daddy would, or we would be reserving your questions. So, we have more questions for Dr. Danny now. So, may we have Dr. Danny? So, Dr. Danny, we would like you to elaborate on the, gabi na din ha, ngit-ngit na. So, may we request you to elaborate on the relationship between colonial politics and witchcraft?
Okay, one thing that we have to understand is although we use the word hechiceria or witchcraft to refer to certain native practices, we don't really know whether they were really witchcraft. Because as far as we know, much of the materials were written by the Spaniards. And they were definitely interpreted from the lenses of the Spaniards coming from their experiences in the West. You have to understand that one of the major, you might say, targets of the Spanish Inquisition at that time were the witches in Europe. And it has a long experience of witchcraft going back to the medieval age. So we don't really know whether the Cebuanas were really practicing witchcraft the way it was done in Europe, or whether the practice of this practice which the Spaniards judged to be witchcraft was really witchcraft, which approximates or is similar to what they were doing in Europe. But there were three things you have to understand to understand the context of what the Spaniards meant by witchcraft when they judge the native practices of the Cebuanas or even of other Filipinas for that matter. First, you have to understand that whenever the Spaniards referred to witchcraft, they always thought of idolatry as one essential element. So they would use in the document, they would use the word idolatria, idolatry. It means to say that in this particular case, the people who were practicing these particular acts were actually worshiping not the Christian God. That's one thing. They were worshiping other gods other than that of a Catholic or a Christian God. So that's what they say out. It's idolatrous. So they were worshiping other creatures, other beings, not that Christianity. In fact, the 1612 Tesoro de la Lengua Española, one of the earliest dictionaries written at the time, would always emphasize the idea of the Spanish idea of idolatry as the worship of creatures, worship of stones, worship of other beings other than the real God. So that's one thing. And they would always say here that the natives were actually performing idolatria. Why? Because they were worshiping the Diwata, they were worshiping the Anitos, and therefore that is already one element that they were not doing what is right in the context of the Spaniards, because for the Spaniards, what is right is to worship God, the God of Christianity. And here you are worshiping other gods, and they would always identify the worship of these other gods as actually tantamount to worshiping the devil. So it's the worship of the devil in this particular respect. And in fact, let me read a certain portion here. A very interesting description of one of the witnesses in this investigation to emphasize the point that idolatry is an essential element that the Spaniards wanted to emphasize in the practice of the natives, that because the Spaniards wanted to really arrive at the conclusion that what the natives were actually doing was actually a form of witchcraft, and it has a politics there, that they can only be condemned if this is a witchcraft, because that is an act which has been established in Europe to be diabolic and to be evil, and therefore that is condemnable. And in fact, the judgment, of course, it's a crime that is punishable by death. And therefore, they wanted to establish that the practice of this Babaylan was actually a form of witchcraft to merit this ultimate penalty, death, and therefore punishment. So they would always, let me read a certain translation in that particular document. It says, here it says, Ginapaz then said it is necessary to perform a baylan. So the ritual of the Babaylan, a baylan ritual, in order to speak to a diwata. So Diwata, the spirit of the Visayas, and offer a tibor, a jar, which of course are containing offering. For this, it is necessary to bring bells, because bells are essential component of the rituals at that time. They sound as part of the Babaylan would dance through the bells, the sound of the bells. So they need bells. And so by night time, it was done, and it says, it was done what Ginapaz said. So Ginapaz was the one who was ordering them to perform this particular ritual. And walking on that late hour in search of bones of the dead, which they burned. So one essential, another component of the ritual is they would burn the bone of the dead as part of the offering, most probably. During the Baylan ritual, they took a punyal, a knife, and carried a handkerchief, and from the sound of the bells, she began to dance. So Ginapaz was dancing, and according to the witness, she was talking to the devil, because then she sat and taking the said punyal and brushing it in the palm of her hand, wishing to take blood. When you say she probably took blood from the palm of her hand or the wrist, we do not really know. It says the palm. Taking a tibor placed there for the offering. So most probably she took the blood and placed it on the tibor and made it an offering. And she took it to the sea. So offerings were generally done in the pre-colonial Cebu to the sea. And that's precisely the case also mentioned in 1616 by an Augustinian friar, which says that the Santo Niño at the time, before the immediately upon the coming of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, when they found the Santo Niño in the house of a native, which of course did not really identify the Santo Niño as Jesus Christ, but they identified the Santo Niño as one of their gods. And during summertime, during drought, the natives of Cebu would bring the Santo Niño to the sea, and they would not lift the Santo Niño from the water, because they would say, unless you give us rain, we will not take you out of the sea. So essentially, the sea plays a very, very important role in the Cebuanos' religious practices at that time. So here, it gave us an idea that there is an element of idolatry in the act of witchcraft. So one element that the Spaniards would always look at in a practice is, does that contain an element of the worship of other gods or other beings? That's not one thing. There's another element that they considered for a certain act to be a form of witchcraft is it must contain an element of evil. So they would refer to that as maleficia, evil. And definitely there are enormous documents, enormous instances that this 1577 documents would emphasize that what the Cebuana women were actually doing was a form of witchcraft, because it's evil. Why evil? First, they were performing gayuma. That's what 𝗬𝙗𝗵𝗵 was trying to do to Diego. She wanted Diego to be enamored with her, but then so she can engage in sex with Diego. But after a while, she hated Diego because Diego does not give what Diego promised her. So she eventually killed Diego. Diego was in that narrative, in the 1577 account, was actually killed. He died and then resurrected after several hours after a while, apparently. So it was witchcraft was actually evil because it caused polygamy. It encouraged sex with even among married people or even among the young. That's right. It also could kill, and as what we have noticed from the case of Diego Hernandez, the young boy, and it also made people crazy. That's what happened to Villalobos. So there are enormous evidence to show that the practice of witchcraft was actually evil, and that's what the Spaniards wanted to emphasize, that this is evil, and therefore it must be abolished. Then the last element that the Spaniards would look at and present to the reports that indeed what the Cebuanos were practicing and the Filipinos in general were practicing was actually a form of witchcraft, because it contains the dimension of what they called diabolic. It's pertaining to it's a devil's act, what they call in Spanish document as diablura. But it has this idea of that diabolic act is not only because they worship the devil, they are actually an ally of the devil to do evil acts in this world, but it has another dimension. The diablura means that these women were engaging in sex with the demon or the devil. In fact, another passage here, very interesting passage, which I translated. It says here, the witches were 7. 4 were married to the demons. Beatriz, this confessante, or the one who confesses, was married to a demon with a name named Manakoy. Ginapas to another demon named Mangol. Panan, sister of Beatriz, was married to another demon whose name she could not recall. She was given another 2 strikes with rope, so she was whipped and was commanded to tell the truth how they met the demons. And okay, it was not elaborated here, but then it says here that how do they look at the demons? And there is a certain description. The demons married to Beatrice, and to the others have the size of a Spaniard. So he must be tall. He must be, and they, although they look like Spaniards, they would always emphasize that most of them were black. So the color is black, of course, associated with evil. And they also have horns. So they are familiar with the devil as having horns. As early as 1577, the Filipinas were already identifying the devil as having horns. But it also has a tail. And the tail of the devil, quite interesting. We never had this kind of description. The tail of the devil looked like that of a concha, a shell. So it's spiraling. And that's how the tail of the devil look like. So the devil was actually married to them. So that's probably the reason why we have a certain practice among the pre-colonial Cebuanas, and it's very, very, and much of the documents would always point them to the Cebuanas. That the Cebuanas, in particular, in the works of Father Ignacio Alcina, that among the Cebuanas, they have the so-called devirginizers, men whose profession is to devirginize women. But you might say, well, why? Well, how come? Apparently, if you look at it in the larger context of this practice of witchcraft, it appears that they wanted to devirginize because there was another belief in a certain islands, I read in the document, that says that if a woman has no sexual experience, an evil spirit will impregnate her. So that's probably one of the reasons why they wanted to be virginized, so that she would not be attractive to this particular evil spirit. And probably during the Christian era, that evil being eventually became the demon in the context, of course, of Christianity. So this were the three elements of witchcraft in the eyes of the Spaniard. It must perform idolatry, it must be evil, and it must have something to do with diabolic relationship, or it must be connected with the devil. So these are the three elements that the Spaniards had emphasized, that the witchcraft of the Cebuanas and of the Filipinas in general was actually containing all these characters, and therefore they deserve to be punished. Eventually, not only in the Philippines ecclesiastical churches, but eventually in Mexico. And precisely, this is the reason for compiling these documents, because these documents were eventually sent to Mexico for their prosecution in the Inquisition of Mexico. Because in the Philippines, there was no Inquisition. The Inquisition was not applied in the Philippines because of the presumption of innocence, so to speak. The Spaniards believed, especially the so-called Protector de los Indios, is a certain office of the Spaniards which protect the natives. They would say that the natives could not be culpated, could not be punished of certain crimes out of their innocence. But the Inquisition was established in Mexico because they believed that the Mexicans were more intelligent, even before the coming of Spain, than the Indios of the Philippines. That's why the Inquisition was implemented in Mexico, but not in the Philippines. So it has something to do with punishment in the long run, this idea that they were witches. So anyway.
Yes. Dr. Danny, so you have mentioned so many new things that we have known only now. So, for example, regarding virginization, it was Pigafetta who mentioned that at 6 years old, the women's vaginas are already gradually opened as early as 6. So it was just now that I heard about uh, regarding that they need to have sexual experience for them not to be exploited by the demons. So that's something new in the accounts of the Spaniard. So, for example, um, for Father Alcina also mentions about the binukot, right? So those are the upper class, the daughters of the dato, who can't be seen and who can't be touched. So though are they were they exempted from being sexually open their to have sexual experience before for them not to have anything to do with the demons? That's but the
Well,
document does not say. Yes.
yeah, it appeared to me, Carida, that everyone, apparently at the time, this idea of having sexual experience is desirable for a number of reasons. One of them is it has something to do with the supernatural belief that a certain spirit would impregnate them. But the other thing why it is desirable to have sexual experiences is because apparently that a woman could be tested if she could respond and become productive mother later on. You have to understand that polygamy was practiced in the Philippines. And what was the reason for the practice of polygamy? To produce more children. And producing more children means producing more warriors. Producing more warriors means also having more wives means having more alliances. Essentially, the number at the time counts a lot in terms of power. Meaning to say, if you can produce more children, then you become a productive mother, and you will be assisting the chieftain, your husband, to increase his prestige and his power because you will be having more children. But if a woman is barren, then there's a problem. He could not produce a child, and what would happen to the number of warriors he would have? You have to remember that the warriors in the pre-colonial Philippines is not like the warriors in Europe that you can employ warriors. Our warriors belong to our own clan, to our own family. Therefore, if a woman could produce a son, it's better. If she cannot, that's unfortunate. And therefore, it must be desirable if a woman is tested that she has the capacity to engage in sex and produce children.
Yes. And then especially some women, most women, according also to Father Alcina, don't want to have more children, like 3 is enough, because they said that they would be like pigs if they have more. So that's why you said
Yeah.
that there's polygamy, because the women don't also want to have more children. The limit is 3. so so anyway, Dr. Danny, there is this question from one of our supervisors of the DepEd in Taguig and Pateros, and he is asking how can we portray in class, like during instruction, how can we portray uh, about the Babaylanes or the Catalonan when the reference books don't mention them. There are less uh, uh, there are less details about them in the reference books. So that's his question. How can this be discussed in class, like in grade school, when there are less references?
Actually, that's a very good point, Ridad, and the question raised by the teacher, because I think I can relate to that personally. Sometimes in the Philippines, if you are ang avant-garde, if you are advanced in your research, minsan nagiging kang kontrabida. Why? Because you are producing a lot of information which are not yet familiar, and they would say, "Oh, that's fake," and therefore you are trying to be somebody, and kuminsan even among the community of historians, sometimes you will become a kontrabida because you create a lot of of controversy, so to speak. That's what I did with Lapu-Lapu and all those things. So kuminsan it is discouraging when we have that kind of attitude even among the scholarly community. Kaya that's true. The one that was pointed out is we do not have we have no information in the textbooks, and therefore it must be not it's not true because what we have been using these textbooks and these are the information, and you presented a different information is not there. So hindi yan dapat tanggapin. Quite unfortunate because you are blazing a new trail in research, coming up with new information, spending money, going to the archives, which very, very few people have access to, and you come up with a book and would say, "Oh, don't read that. It's not good because you're opposing to what has been taught to us. It's not traditional," and so on and so forth. That's kuminsan the challenge of scholarship in the Philippines.
Yes. So that's why we invite everyone to really support our scholars with their new research to read their books. So we have books here at Congress to support the Jutel. You can send us a message. We have also books by Dr. Danny Hirona aside from his Ferdinand Magellan book. So it is at our Facebook shop. So there is a last question for Dr. Danny. Although do we have more questions from the audience that we would also like to give? But we say also good afternoon to Jason Bisunya watching from the Bicol region. Maayong hapon, Jason. Also, Jim Carl Kisay Maasin is asking if we can have a copy of the slides. We don't have the slides of Dr. Danny. We have the slides of I mean Sasha. Sasha, we have, but you can also see the slides in the presentation. We will think about this. And then the last question for Dr. Danny is regarding to elaborate. We would like him to elaborate on Christianity's construction of witchcraft as evil and diabolic. Yes.
Yeah, I think I elaborated that already.
Yes, we have discussed that regarding.
The one, yeah, the last one is the, yeah. What you referring to that last question, that last topic, witchcraft and colonial politics?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let me dwell on that. First, of course, obviously, witchcraft is a form of politics. It's a you might say a colonial politics. The Spaniards trying to downgrade the power of the native, you might say, priestesses, the native Babaylan. That's one thing. And in the process of transforming, either you might say assaulting the power of the native Babaylan, they were also trying to bring them into the fold of the Catholic Church. One good example is this. And I think there was somebody, Karina, that has already raised this earlier, where he said that eventually the leaders became male when earlier the leaders were generally Babaylan. These are female. I think the main reason is because eventually in succeeding centuries, most of the female were already co-opted to the Catholic Church. You remember, the the missionaries devoted so much effort to convert the female. Why? Because the ranks of priestesses belong to the female. And that's precisely the reason why, if you look at our mythology of Aswang, Aswang is generally gendered as a female, not as a male. So in our belief, if there is an Aswang who is male, he must be weak. But a powerful Aswang is always female. And that's a form of what you have said, I think I am impressed with the word you used earlier, Karina, the demonizing. The missionaries demonize the native Babaylan by identifying them as Aswang, as evil forces. Aswang, remember, in our pantheon of gods, was supposed to be the supreme god of evil. So it means to say the Spaniards tend to identify the priestesses as the supreme evil, and therefore they became the Aswang. So that's one important politics of the missionaries, to demonize the native priestesses and transform them into Aswang in order to scare the natives from associating with them. So eventually the supernatural god Aswang assumed a human character which is very, very diabolic and very, very ugly and very, very bad. The Aswang is now eating flesh, drinking blood, and who would associate with such kind of person who eats flesh and drink blood? So that's one form of discouraging people from associating with them. The other thing, the missionaries wanted to bring the women into the church because of their enormous power as Babaylan. So much of the effort of the works of conversion were devoted to bringing the women into the fold of the church. One good example of that, Mary became the rallying point of that conversion. If you look at, for example, a good idea, if you look at the Tagalog Abar, Hail Mary, in the Hail Mary there, it says, Aba Ginoong Maria. People would always ask, why Mary, being a woman, is Ginoo? When in fact, the word Ginoo is used to refer to male. But actually, the word Ginoo is used to refer to a social class in the pre-colonial Tagalog and Bicol region, the Maginoo class. What the prayer, what the translation of the Hail Mary seems to suggest is that Mary is the real chieftain. She's the real Maharlika. She's the real Maginoo. And therefore, you have to model yourself to the life of Mary. Chaste, humble, submissive, mother-like, and all these things. What is that for? This idea is to draw the native Babaylan to become like Mary. Create a certain kind of a model for them to live up with, to live up to. And that's the idea of the Marian iconography in the Philippines. That if you become Mary, you become powerful. And what does that mean? You even step on that power, which the traditional Filipinos held to be. What was that? The snake. Because you have to remember, in the pre-colonial Philippines, the snake symbolizes power. And here you have an icon of Mary stepping on the snake, meaning to say, Mary triumphed over the snake. So if you become like Mary, then you will possess power much powerful than that of the Babaylan. And that's another important feature of this subtle construction of power of the missionaries in their effort to bring the women to the fold of the church. And finally, if you look at our categories, the categorization of women in the colonial Philippines, in the Spanish era, there would be three kinds of women. There is the Maria Clara type. The Maria Clara type is, of course, a woman who is educated. She goes to the public, but she also goes to the house. So the Spanish era produced a woman who is homely, but at the same time public. Because a good example of that is the coining of the term maestra. Originally, maestra is a term not applied to teachers. Maestra is a term applied to the women who co-opted with the Catholic Church. They became servants of the church. They were the ones performing prayers, all those things. That is a symbol of the triumph of the church in bringing the women into the fold of the church. The other kind of women is the women they call the mujeres públicas. The mujeres públicas are the women who are always in the public women. And generally, the mujeres pública is a metaphor, or is not metaphor, but a much better way of expressing the term, the practice of prostitution. A mujeres pública is a public woman, meaning say she's always exposed to the public, and therefore she can engage in other relationships which are even sexual. And that's what the church was trying to despise. That was trying to discourage the female from becoming such. So if you become so public, then you will commit a lot of sins, public sins, such as that of prostitution. The other extreme is a woman who is very, very isolated. And what is that? A very, very private woman is prone to certain mystical activities, certain supernatural, certain kind of a practice which in a way is proscribed by the church. So when you isolate yourself from the community, from the reduction, then you might eventually relapse to your pre-Hispanic practice. And that's the reason why they produce a certain woman who is at the center, the Maria Clara type. She goes to the public, she goes to the church, she teaches, but she also is a very, very good mother. She stays at home. The other extremes were bad women. A mujer pública may become eventually a prostitute. A mujer privada may eventually become an aswang. And that's the politics of the church. Finally, the other politics of the church has something to do with a very, very trivial but interesting politics. What is that? The story of Diego Hernandez. Diego Hernandez, the young boy that I was mentioning to you earlier, and I tell you it's a very interesting story. Diego Hernandez eventually died because he was bewitched. He was bewitched by Ginapas. When he died, Father Gutierrez interviewed him after he was revived. And he said, "Where did you go after you died?" And he said, "Oh, I went to heaven." "And what did you see in heaven?" "Oh, I saw my uncle." His uncle is Fray Alonso Jimenez, one of the earliest priors of the Cebu Monastery. He was the prior of the monastery of Santissimo Nombre de Jesus of Cebu in 1575, and he died in 1576, a year after. And it is said, quite interesting, Fray Alonso Jimenez was the first to evangelize Bicol region. But to make the story short is this. Then they said, then the Father Gutierrez said, "Where did you go after going to heaven? Did you?" And he says, "I went to limbo." Limbo is a certain place where children who are children of parents who were Christians, but who were not, when they died, they were not baptized. So that's limbo. "And where else?" Then he said, "I went to hell." And he said, "Then what did you say? What did you see in hell?" "Oh," he said, "I saw a very nice chair in hell, well furnished, and I asked the guardians there, the demons there." He said, "For whom is the chair?" And it is said that the guardians there, apparently the demons said, "Oh, that's already reserved to a certain governor in your country, in your place." He said, "Who's governor?" "The present governor general of your island, of your land. Governor General Francisco de Sande." De Sande, quite interesting, was a governor whom the Augustinians hated very, very much. The reason is because he said Sunday does not believe in God. Sunday makes fun of the Catholic Church. Sunday makes all these things. And so, Sunday suspected, because he heard of these things that circulating in Manila, that he is already condemned in hell, and that a chair is already reserved for him in hell. And so, he realized that, this story of this guy dying and reviving and going to hell, seeing a chair, is actually a drama concocted by the Augustinians to get even with me. That's a simple politics of colonial era. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Danny, it's very interesting how tales and creative stories are being. So we would still have to really study which part of this document, of this 1577 document, really happened, and which one is the creative story by the Augustinians. So, so maybe Ines, or the so-called witch, the Cebuana Babaylan, was a real person. But then the other stories related to the dreams, or the what happened to Diego when he temporarily died, or when he was in, maybe in a coma. So if those were true, so we would still need to find out. So we would also like you to, maybe you already know, Dr. Danny, that in Cebu, or in the Visayas, or in Cebu, usually a demon is called Yawa. Yawa. But then we would also know that Yawa was actually a diwata of the Visayas. So she was a goddess. She was a diwata. But then for the Spaniards made the term Yawa as the term used for demons or for the devil. Yawa ka, Yawa.
That's true. Yeah.
So the Yawa
Yeah,
was
that's true.
actually a pre-colonial deity, a pre-colonial diwata. So Yawa was a it, but now it became known. So this is 500 years after. So it evolved into a term to refer to a demon or a devil, when it was previously Yawa was previously a diwata in the Visayas.
That's right. That's right,
So
Caridad. I think we have to, a historian going over the records, have to understand the context of even the terms. As I said, when I used when there is a the Spanish word diablo there, we have to be very, very careful that it's not probably referring to that the natives did not actually know the devil are the way the Europeans understand them, but it's the European interpreting certain concepts of the natives in the context of the Europeans as the devil or whatever.
So, daghang salamat, Dr. Dan. You would like to read a few questions from the audience. So, this is the last question, I guess. Or if the audience here on site would like to ask any question from Dr. Dani. So, a comment from DepEd Taguig, Agustinian drama, Hrayocracy. Agustinian drama, Hrayocracy. So, another question is what was the usual penalty or sanction for the Babaylanes or the women who would reject conversion during the religious imposition during colonial times? So, do you
Yeah.
know of
One
what?
thing is whipping. Yeah. For example, in the case I did not mention this because it's not very relevant to the topic that we have. But these witches were actually put in a stock. Uh, so that's one of the punishment. There. The stock is they insert your head, and sometimes your arms and your legs in a certain kind of wood, and you are in a sitting position, and you would be staying there for several days, for that matter. Sometimes they are punished by whipping. Generally, public whipping. At the time, when you are weak, you are not whipped in private. You are whipped during Sunday, during the Mass, to show to the people that this is how evil you are, and therefore the condemnation is not only a secular punishment, but actually involving an spiritual punishment in the process of this particular kind of punishment during Sunday. It's a sort of an auto de fe, or just like what they did in the Inquisition during the time when a person is burned because of certain heretical practices, or even the practice of witchcraft. So essentially, these are some of the key punishments. They whip them in public during Sundays, or they put them in a stock. And of course, there were some kind of imprisonment also at the time. Generally, the imprisonment, the jails are located in the monastery. And in that particular case, in fact, 𝗵𝙗𝗵𝗵 was actually imprisoned in the monastery. So that's
Yes.
that's
So
my
it's
answer there.
beatings. They would be beaten up, just like when you read the Boxer Codex, and we discussed that a few days ago. Those who would be found out to be using the sex possession that the Spaniards didn't like, the dog possession, and using the gadgets, the rings and the pins, they would they would be beaten. So, they, grabe ka killjoy ang mga Spaniards. They would, even to the bedroom, they would follow you. So the women who like sex, the Babaylanes were said to be, and then of course you would know they were called, aside from being witches, they were called prostitutes, mujeres publicas. so do we have a question from the on-site audience? Would you like to ask one question for Dr. Dani? Would anyone like to ask a question? So stay tuned. This would be the last for Dr. Dani. So if the audience online that don't have the audience online don't have any more question, the audience on site, do you have wala na sila question? Dr. Dani, so stay tuned for our trivia quiz with prizes. Dr. Dani can no longer stay. It's already dark in his car because of the typhoon. Dr. Dani, it's really a pleasure having you and listening to your sharing of new knowledge that we learned. Although these are ancient, 400-year-old or 400-year-old knowledge, but then we only heard it for the first time. And thank you very much for helping us travel back in time, going to our roots, reconnecting with our identity. And we are so proud of the witches, the Cebuana witches. The blood of the Cebuanas flow in our veins. We are witches. Be careful. We will enchant you if you fail us. Thank you very much, Dr. Danny. See you again in our next event. We hope to have you again next time. Daghang salamat our audience. Thank you, and the on-site and online audience. Daghang salamat ug maayong gabi to Dr. Danny. So a round of applause for our panelists. So we have this trivia quiz with prizes for everyone, to our online audience and on-site audience. And then we also have, stay tuned for the Visayan Mythical Creatures Cosplay Contest. So we are tracing the mythical creatures in the ancient Visayas. So one of which, of course, is a sigbin. So this is a book written by the children of Cebu. Si Leon Kilat ug ang sigbin nga gisugilon sa mga Sugbuanong bata. It was said that our hero, Leon Kilat, had this mythical creature, a pet, a sigbin. So the children of Cebu wrote a story about Leon Kilat and his sigbin. But this is based from the historical accounts of what happened in the 1898 Cebu Revolution against Spain. So the mythical creatures would be showcased in our Visayan Mythical Creatures Cosplay Contest that would be happening in a few minutes. Would it still be here? Do we continue or would we have a new, or we continue the broadcast? We don't end it. We just continue. So the trivia quiz, we have the trivia quiz first. So the first question is for the on-site audience. Those on-site, so we have a microphone there. So everyone here on-site, you will be able, if you answer this question, you will win a santilmo, a cocktail drink named santilmo drink. The one it was flaming. It has a drink of fire, but it's actually cold when you drink it. So the question is this. This is for everyone on site. And then the second question is for those online, those who are not here. And the third question is for everyone, but everyone will answer through the comment section of the Facebook Live event. So this first question has been discussed. Or do we have Juan? Do we have first, before I give the question, may we show first two reels that the young people in Cebu made about the healing practices in the Visayas connected to our Alima Native Massage anniversary. So we have a spa at Palmgrass that practices some healing practices of our Babaylanes. So may we show katong ginhawa lang and bahalag saging reels, two reels that we only 1 minute videos, and then we will have the question for our audience. So do we have it? So these are fun videos by our young people at Palmgrass from our interns. So the first is ginhawa lang, and the second is bahalag saging basta labing. I-continue lang nato ha, ang videos. Ginhawa lang. So these are the videos. Written, performed by the young people, the interns and staff at Palmgrass.
Ay napangutana, wanay daghang storya, dayali diri, sabak kadibi, sabak kadibi, sabak kadibi. Yeah. Ish cookie. Wanay daghang storya, dayali diri, sabak kadibi, sabak kadibi.
And now the ginhawa lang. Ginhawa lang. Ay, ang kuha ni siya, kawa ba?
Wait, kumusta sa pag-sprawl? Kumusta naman ka? Sakit ka? Uwi sa pamagsa. Relax, napirong. Halika. Buhay ka.
So kanang wala pa man gipangita pa ang ana ang real nga ginhawa lang.
Tawag mga chika babes di abay.
Wala makita.
Hey baby,
Pwede ba? Rewind. Full screen.
Tawag mga chika babes di abay. Hey baby, halina dire. Pinoabrihanan ni sugdan tani. Lamig baby, samot pag nakasindi. Lamig baby, give it to me. Chill lang ba? Daghan og chikas, ang ulo kay mapikas, ang power kay taas, hubog way kalas. Tawagan na si baby, hey my lady, cause tonight we gonna party. Inuman og chikas.
Dagay salamat for the fun videos by the young people of Pamgras from the interns. It's written by our intern in 2018, although she wrote it just recently. And she is an award-winning scriptwriter, and she has won in some film festivals also. That's 𝗬𝘗𝗵𝗵. She was formerly of the University of the Philippines, Cebu Upstage Theater, and then she was our mass communications arts intern in 2018. And it was performed by the interns today at Pamgras, and also edited by our young staff at Pamgras. So the first question is this. You will win a 𝗬𝙘𝙠𝙗 drink. For the on-site audience, you go to the microphone and raise your hand. What is the name of the healing practice using herbs and steam? It's steam inhalation with herbs. What is it? What is the name of this Visayan healing practice using herbs and steam? This is a very controversial practice because it was said to cure COVID, and then there were protests against that claim. So who wants? Sige, go. May we show our other camera, please? So your name, please.
I'm Kingsley Medallia.
Naputol yung ulo. Please adjust. So sige. So it's Kingsley, also a multimedia person. Sige.
History lover also.
And lover of history. Sige, Kingsley.
My answer is 𝗬𝗏.
Congratulations!
Okay,
You win 𝗬𝙘𝙠𝙗. So when you used to get scared of 𝗬𝙘𝙗 because they said that 𝗬𝙘𝙗 is a ball of fire that would chase you, now you would drink the 𝗬𝙘𝙗. So this is so the answer is 𝗬𝗏. Congratulations. For the next question is this is for those online but who are not here at Pamgras right now. So those only online. So I am looking at the Pamgras the Cebu Heritage Hotel Facebook page event. So please answer through the comment section, and this would be a prize from the Alima Native Massage, a free therapeutic hilot sa tiil, and of course our foot soak is with sea salt and ginger. So this is the question for our online audience nga gamay na lang. So the question is this. What religious congregation investigated and reported on the witchcraft in Cebu? The witchcraft done by Cebuanas in 15. The report was submitted, the date was March 1577. So who would like to answer? So we are looking at the comment section. So for those who would like to answer, please answer. So daghan naka-answer correctly. Congratulations for listening to Dr. Danny Hirona in his discussion. So there are so many correct answers. Who was the first? The correct answer is Agustinian. So, and who was the first to give it? Is it 𝗏𝘀𝗵𝗵 or 𝗏𝘶𝗶𝗹𝗏, Gloria, or Gloria already won last week. And then Jim Carl Maasin said Agustinian, but Jim said Agustinian question mark. You're not sure, Jim. so, and then so those who did not put a question mark are Mark, Climaco, and Fe. Who was the first? We would like to ask the technical team who was the first to give the answer Agustinian. It was Mark. Congratulations to Mark 𝗏𝘶𝗵𝗵 for knowing the answer. The religious congregation that investigated and reported about Cebu witchcraft was the Agustinians. Congratulations to Mark. You win a free hilot sa tiil by our Babaylanes of Alima Native Massage with, of course, the foot soak of sea salt and ginger. So the third, so Kingsley can no longer qualify because he already won. So everyone on site and online, but then you answer at the comment section of our Facebook Live event. The last question is, the prize is a free hulum kawa, the warm bath with flowers or herbs. So, and then you get a free picture of yourself with the kawa bath. So, the question is this: name a Babaylan that led a revolt in the 17th century Visayas. So, Sasha Dioso, so you answer through the comment section. The instruction is you answer through the comment section of the Facebook Live event. So the answer is through the comment section. So we already have answers. Ines actually did not lead a revolt. She just killed and she made crazy the man, the Spaniard she loved, but who rejected her in the end. So she bewitched, she made him crazy and put a duck on his nose, and the whole family got crazy. So the answer is Bangkao. Ferdinand Apagao of Taguig City and Pateros answered Bangkao, and that is correct. It is Bangkao was a Babaylan who led a revolt in Leyte. So congratulations to Ferdinand Pagao for giving the correct answer. So we invite you to our event in a few minutes, the Visayan Mythical Creatures Cosplay Contest. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the hadlok, hadla-hadla sa Pangrass with the children, with games for children. Tusluka ang ahos, pakana ang tambaluslos, pangita ang duwende, o kuuta ang kaban, and then of course, a costume contest for the kids. So, and then of course, on November 12, to celebrate the November 13 birthday of General Maxilum, we will know the stories of the battles that he won in his fight against the Spaniards and the Americans. We would also hear the love songs dedicated for him, and the poetry by the youth for General Maxilum, and also the words, the speeches made by the youth of Cebu for General Maxilum, and that would be on November 12. We will have Talisay City College researcher Marben Bascon to tell us the stories of the battles won by Maxilum, and we will also show you the video about the love life and the wars of Maxilum, Gera o Gugma ni General Maxilum. And also on November 19, we will have a hybrid event, and we will have on site the National Historical Commission of the Philippines senior researcher Ian Alfonso, who wrote about the Battle of Bangkusay. The Battle of Bangkusay was led by a Muslim chief, and then because of that battle, the defeat of that battle, because in 1571 we know that the Spaniards left Cebu most of them went to Manila because they were starved in the Visayas. They were poisoned here. They were bewitched here. So they went to Manila, and then it was because of the defeat of the Battle of 𝗵𝘀𝗵𝗵, the Spaniards gained foothold in the archipelago. And you would know also about the Muslim resistance against the Spaniards, against colonization. We will have Professor 𝗏𝘗𝗵𝗵 of the Institute of Islamic Studies, and also 𝗦𝘀𝘶𝗵𝗵 𝗚𝗏𝘶 to discuss also how the women, Muslim women, also joined in the resistance, how their participation in the resistance against the colonizers. So we invite you to this very interesting, exciting. We will also have a Moro Warrior cosplay contest on November 19. So we thank our partners, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Quincentennial Committee, Museo Sugbo, the Central Visayas Association of Museums, the Yandi Heritage Center, the USC Department of Anthropology, Sociology, and History, the USC Center for Social Research and Education, and the 𝘬𝙘𝙜𝙘𝙗 2020. So we will not end our Facebook Live broadcast. We will continue with our Visayan mythical creatures cosplay contest after this few reels that we would show. Daghang salamat ug maayong gabi.
How to heal from a broken heart. Step 1. Go to google.com. Step 2. Type a destination. Step 3. Realize nga di ka ka-afford maglaag-laag. So where do broken hearts go naman lang aniyad? You want to heal? Di na kinahanglan mo adtog layo uy. Ang Bisaya Healing Practices afford na nimo diri sa Alima.
Wala pa ba ka ko niya? Ha? Nga naman. Does he still think of me ba? Suta! Nga naman. Naano siya lain? Huy, tinuod. Daan palagi ko.
Sakit no? Okay, stop na. It's time for healing dive.
How man?
How pa? Bisaya style?
Ha?
Uy, kuyugi ko. Nga nung di man ka. Kuyugi na.
Tawagang mga chika babes di abay. Hey baby, halina dire. Pinoabrihanan ni sugdan tani. Lamig baby, samot pag nakasindi. Lamig baby, give it to me. Chill lang ka, daghan og chikas. Ang ulo kay mapikas, ang power kay taas. Hubog way kalas, tawagan na si baby, ik me lady. Cause tonight, we gonna party. Inuman og
Ay nagpangutana, shh. Wanay daghang storya, dayali diri. Sabak ka dibi, sabak ka dibi, sabak ka dibi. Yeah. 𝗏𝘗𝗵𝗵 Wanay daghang storya, dayali diri. Sabak ka diri, sabak ka diri.
Wait, kumusta sa Boston? Kumusta naman ka? Sakit ka? Uwi sa pagasa. Relax, matulog ka. Uwi ka.
What's up mga guaps? It's me, your baby girl. After 90 days nga pag-antos, I'm free! Free from lockdown, o free from... Yes, tinuod. Buwag namin ni Jason. Kibaw mo? Kibaw mo nga no? He cheated on me! Asa ko nagkulang? Lisod ko na mag-LDR labi na nga nag-lockdown, pero di ay to. Nagikuan na din siya siyang silingan. Siya? Silang duha mga Tabangi ko ninyo mga guwaps. How do I get him back ba? Dumay? Dumay, according to Cebuano folklore, is a drink with magical powers that can make the one who takes it fall in love with the one who gave it. Perfect! What's up mga guwaps? It's me, your baby girl. Naata diri karon sa carbon market aron mangita og lumay. Unsa maning lumay, you might ask? Well, I ask, gibiyaan ba ka sa walay oras? Ghost ra ba ka sa hinampak nga ni ato si 𝙬𝙤𝙤𝙗𝙤 forever? Do you want to take back what is yours? Ako mga guwaps? Oh! Lumay ang solusyon. Mao nang... Ha? Wait, ako na itong mga vendor diri.
A few moments later.
Me, ako itong mga, mga namaligyag lumay. Okay? Dili mi lumay.
Ugoy na lang gipahawa, no? Hawa na lang dyan yung mga vendor, di ha? Katungod aling COVID, ay.
Ha? Tuwatan naman sila karon.
Ang bot, di ka doon nila hutay nga mga pwesto. Kung tinireklamo sila, kinahanglan sila ng ilang COVID. Outweigh lang dito sa unahan.
Dito?
Oo, dito.
At salamat eh.
Dito ako malipay.
Hello.
Miss, naman lumay?
Lumay, kairap.
One eternity later.
Sorry ako, Pops. Ipaoras ako diri lang ito ako kumain, pero wala kang food.
Friends. No, bitch. He's my boyfriend.
Okay man ako, bro. Ano man? ako mag-give up. Ang taan to ning lumay.
Uy, hinihintay lang!
Ha? Andro? What's up mga guwaps? Seriously? Anong murag?
Nasakitan ka?
Ha? Oh,
Diin dapit.
di ara ay. Wait, kisa ka. Nani mo gisulob? Uy, bro!
Dali! Manabo kita!
Isa lang mo, sis.
Wala lang ko dili ang mga kasila.
Ang mga kasila? You mean OMG?
What's up mga guwaps? It's me, your baby girl. Amot ko sa nga klase na dampo pero di ata diri karon sa Matulon in 1898. Apparently, bago na nasud ang revolusyon bato sa mga kasila, kay human ang tulo pagatos na tuig, wala na kaatos ang mga Cebuano sa ilang pagkabangis ug pagkatimaan. #read much. Anyway, wala gyapon ko nakakita og lumay. Tingtawag na lang ko diri sa mga katipunera nga mag-andam sa mga anting-anting. You know, para dili matundan ang mga katipunero sa mga bala sa mga kasina. Naaraw mo dito ako kameraman si Andrew or iyang kaliwa. Pero in fairness ha, ang ngayon nabaya po siya na siya uniform na pamilya.
Di ako di mga tambal diri in case na yung mga katipunero nga masamdan o time para good. Miss, na may lumay?
Lumay? Wala, pero pwede ka maghimong-imo ha.
Ha? Mo ba? Kung saan man na, miss?
Una,
Oh my gosh! Salamat kayo, miss. Bantay lang dito ang aking ex.
I got it mga babs! Karon makahimo na ko sa akong very own lumay. Daghang salamat sa mga katipunera diri nga grabe, murag mga magician. Sila'y nanganda mining tanan o dili na kana. Dunag yung mga babae ko daw nga ning kuyog sa gera batok sa mga kasina. Walay kahadlok ug walay pagduha-duha. Maka-inspire, no? Kung you know that something is yours, ayaw gitog nga kawaton sa uban. Murag Pilipinas, no? That's why, lumay.
dagan mga kauban! Tulong na sila!
Ha? Hala, ang lumay!
Ayo!
Asa naman to? Asa? Yara!
Burilyo!
Ayo, sir! Maroy ka na po may mga hero! Isa ka. Ikaw si Leon Kila.
Mic check test.
Andro? O, pantay!
Ouch! Sakit sa ulo. Isa ka. Shhh.
Pahulay usa. Luya pa ka.
Usa? Asa ko?
What's up mga bops? It's me, your baby girl. Hay naku, kalisod ba din mangita og lumay? Di ata diri karon sa wala pa mga kasila.
Mga 1560s? Ambot oroy. Weird kaayo, lahi ang tanan. Ang mga outfit, for sure. Pero ilang po ng mga practices kung ilang mga society. Yes, na mga dato, na mga raha. But do you know, kinsa gid ang pangitaan nila tanan og guidance? Tada! Everyone, Babaylan! Doon ba kay important na decision nga buhaton in life? Nagkulbaan for something? Need ka og klase-klase ng mga materials para sa klase-klase ng mga activities? Babaylan is the girl for you! Naabay nangaway nimo? Say, mga kasila nga mga nangari pero wala tuguti? Ipang-raid ba nila inyong mga balay? Mangawat ba sila o mga pagkaon? Pwes! Hiluin na sila! Super effective! Scared to say your feelings? What if you don't have to? Yes! Di ana! Di ana ang solusyon sa imong pagkatorpe. Puyo, leave, buy one, take one. Flirt like as you wanna now. It's super simple. Ganahan ka makikuan? Taga ibuyo. Dili ka ganahan makikuan? Ayaw taga ibuyo. Flirt like as you wanna now. Puyo, leave, buy one, take one. Anyway, guess what? Dumay! Salamat, Babaylan! Ready na kumubalik sa 2022 para mawion ang ako Pero, ay, saan ko na ako pagbalik?
Babaylan!
Do? Ay, salamat og niyara ka. Mawali na ta ay found the lumay.
Kasilo ako. Doon ako isulti sa Babaylan. Asa siya?
Tinglakaw pa. Ano?
Padulong naman katsila. Makigbaylo sila. Huwag lang tinood. Kawato na nila itong mapagkaon diri.
What? Abi ko bagula pa yung mga katsila diri.
Pagod na sila naabot. Huwag na tutugtan nga kuhaon nila yung nga itong isla. Nalansugan na ito ang laraw.
Sakto gyud na. Unsa man ang plano?
Aron magtagbaw ang mga hangul o makawatan na katsila, butangan na itong hilo ang mapagkaon ng ilang kuhaon. Nangita ko sa Babaylan nga mao'y naghimo sa hilo. Padulong ng mga katsila diri.
Ako na lang. Kini. Mo ni ang hilo.
Maraming kayo salamat.
Tara, let's go! Bawiin mo pa kung si Ato. Okay na? Bawal na nakapagod mo?
Sabi na ginong pagkapatulong. Nanagada ng pika sa klinik. Huwag na naging sa imo.
Ha? Isa man?
Ambot. Bukas sabot. Tubigan akong pamati.
Ow! Mike?
Hindi, ang saon na ni mo ron. Ako man makuha ang grumay. Sino mo mapaway mong ex?
Sus. Di na ako ilang lumay.
Uy, confidence.
Dito kay, realize ko ba nga, di na ko ng mga limbungan o mga kawatan Kay, amar good ko happen sa Pilipinas kung muda na nila.
Oh, minsan naman lang imo ha.
Bakit ikaw?
Ha? Joke. Wait na. Ha? Kasi eh. Wait. So, hindi ako manguyag. Ano? Giri, wait ka!
Test. All right. Hello. Maayong gabi, magandang gabi, and a pleasant evening to all, and welcome to the second part of our Halloween, Kalag-Kalag special here at Palm Grass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. My name is Josh, and I will be with you to host our activity for this event. Now, our activity is none other than the Visayas Mythical Creatures Cosplay Contest. Dress up like a Visayan mythical creature. Now, the mechanics include doll yourself up in your Visayan mythical creature costume, take the runway at since it is raining, we have changed the venue here to our grand staircase, and later on you will be given a chance to explain the character in one sentence. All right. So we have a total of about 11 cosplay contestants here. And this isn't just your ordinary cosplay or Halloween get up in which they'll be dressing up like witches or zombies or vampires. They will be dressed up as our Visayan mythical creature. Okay, so while we are fixing some few technical glitches, allow me to mention also that Palmgrass is having some promos for this Kalag season. We have our Hadla Hadla treats. That is bucket of beer with free isaw or Betamax. And we also have the Pangitaa, ang Santilmo, and you get a free Santilmo drink. We also have our free Hadla Hadla cupcake and our Boodle set, Pamilya set, Lechon Belly set, Lechon Manok set, Crispy Pata set, and Dinagat set. We also have our Painit sa Kalag and our free Santilmo drink to those who will be wearing their Halloween costume. And I saw earlier how the Santilmo drink was made. It is literally on fire. All right. So, yeah. So again, the free Santilmo drink is for those who will be wearing their Halloween costume. And happy Halloween, happy advance Halloween to everyone. Now, it is a bit raining here in Cebu. I'm hoping that wherever our viewers are watching, I hope you are safe, you are with your families. I hope you're enjoying the comforts of home. And for those who are our friends, atong mga kababayan who are in places who are stricken with this storm, I hope you are safe, and we continue to pray for you, everyone's safety. All right. Now, before we have our contestants here, and I'm hoping, can the contestants hear us? Hello, contestants. Hi. Hi. Hi, guys. Are you guys ready? Namurampa dire? Okay. So, by the way, magandang gabi sa lahat ng mga nanonood natin sa Luzon, and maayong gabi for everyone here in the Visayas and Mindanao. Okay, so feel free to share our video today. And yeah, now before we meet our contestants, allow me to also introduce our esteemed panel of judges. Starting off with journalist, Mr. Gavin Bagares. Okay, so we will be introducing the judges again. So let's have a view of our esteemed panel of judges. Okay. All right, here they are. Hello once again. Let's give a round of applause to Sir Gavin Bagares, our resident journalist, and from none other than Palmgrass, Madam A herself, Miss Agrippina Givalondo. Hello, Madam A. With us today also, as part of our judges, we have here microblogger of pizzas and YouTuber. We have Sir Kingsley Benedict Sode Medalla. Also with us is Trifon Sode of Cultural and Historical Affairs Office, or CHAO. So let's give another round of applause to our judges. Later on, our judges will be asking questions to our contestants. So, cosplayers, if you can hear me, pag-andam-andam na, okay? Because you will be, and you know what? Let's challenge our contestants. Try to answer in character. Oh, that's a challenge right there. Okay, and yeah, this is a bit different from the traditional Halloween costume that we're having. Vampires, zombies, witches, we're used to that already. Why not give our Visayan mythical creatures a chance? And you know what? Let's get to meet our contestants. Starting off with contestant number 1.
Ako di ay si Duwende.
Okay. Let's give our first contestant a big round of applause. At this point, is it okay that our judges ask the questions? Okay. Okay, so we'll proceed to the next. Okay, let us proceed to our next contestant. Contestant number 2, come on down.
Mayong gabi ninyong tanan taga Favgras Hotel and Heritage. Ako na ang ayong agta nga muhadlok ninyo karong gabi una. Thank you.
Dagang salamat, thank you. Cosplayer number 2. Now let us meet our contestant or cosplayer number 3.
Mayong gabi kaninong tanan. Ako si Ferdinand Ascaraga sa Kaswang.
All right, thank you very much, contestant number 3. Now let us meet our next cosplayer, contestant number 4.
Ako ang nilalang sa inyong harapan na nagmula pa sa aming angkan, ang ungo ng hongkera.
Okay, thank you very much. Cosplayer number 4. Now let us meet contestant number 5.
Maayong gabi sa tanan, ako ang mangbabarang.
Okay, thank you very much, contestant number 5. And now let us meet contestant number 6.
Oras na. Ako si kamatayon.
All right, thank you very much, contestant number 6. Now, before we proceed to our next batch, let us give contestants number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 another big round of applause. Okay, so I have listed their characters here for the sake of our viewers. Contestant number 1 was Duwende. Number 2 was Agta. Number 3, Aswang. Contestant number 4 as Ungo or Kikik. Number 5 is Mambabarang. And number 6 is Kamatayan. So, if you have a favorite to our viewers there online, if you have a favorite contestant, feel free to support them by mentioning their character or number. Okay, and of course, we'll be giving time also for our judges to look at each of our contestants as well. Okay, let's give time. Okay, so I think we can proceed to the next batch. Let's call in contestant number 7.
Maayong gabi kaninyong tanan. Ako, si 𝗚𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗗 nagrepresentar sa usa kagikahadlukan sa tanan, usa ka mambabarang.
Okay, thank you very much, contestant number 7. Let us now meet our next cosplayer, contestant number 8.
Maayong gabi kaninyong tanan. Ako diay si 𝗬𝘀𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗗 usa ka tikbalang sa karong gabi buonon. Pahimangno ko sa tanan babayi, ayaw muglakaw sa kangitngit sa gabi buonon, kay basin ako'y makatod ninyo with free ride pa.
Thank you very much to our 8th contestant. Let us now proceed to our next cosplayer, contestant number 9.
Ako si Adlaw, ang usa ka diwata sa masilat na adlaw.
Okay, thank you very much, contestant number 9. And now let us meet our next cosplayer, contestant number 10.
Ako si Libulan, ang usa ka Ginoo sa buwan, laban ni Bakunawa.
Thank you very much, contestant number 10. And to complete our lineup of cosplayers. We call in, we have 11 and 12. My mistake. I do apologize for that one. Let us meet contestant number 11.
Maayong gabi sa atong tanan. Ako ang gitawag na bola na kalayo. Ang maghatag og kahayag sa ngit-ngit na gabi. Ako, si Santilmo.
Thank you very much, contestant number 11. And now let us meet our final cosplayer, contestant number 12.
Manggabi ninyong tanan, ako diay si 𝗬𝗫𝗵𝗵 Ako ang tikbala nga Bisaya, Amerikano mo to ganina, puti og buhok. Ako ang Bisaya. From housekeeping. Salamat.
Okay, thank you very much, contestant number, okay. That was a good ending for meeting all of our contestants. You know what? Let us give all of them a big round of applause. So, to recap the second batch, we have contestant number 7, Ma'am Babarang. Number 8, Tikbalang. Number 9, Diwata. Number 10, correct me if I'm wrong, 𝗬𝙤𝙗𝙤 or Sabulan. Number 11, ang bulang kalayo, Santilmo. And number 12, Tikbalang. Once again, let us give our contestants a big round of applause. Now, at this point, our judges will be asking one question for each of our contestants, and they will be selected randomly. So, and to challenge our contestants to give a bit of a sizzle lang, if you can, okay? Let's start off with contestant number 1, ang duwende. I would like to request Sir Gavin to ask. Madam A, please ask the first question.
Maayong gabi sa atong duwende. Ang akong pangutana, kasagaran, it is said that the duwende would cast a spell to someone who peed on his house. So, kung ikaw ang duwende, kung naa kay i-cast nga spell karon in Philippine society, unsa nga kinsa ang imong gusto i-spell or imong i-enchant, and what would be the punishment or the enchantment that you would do to someone here in our society? Duwende.
Ako na ay power, akong tagaan ang mga batig-batasan, ako silang iduotaman kay sila wala nakatabang sa ato ang nasod ug maora ug daghang salamat.
Thank you very much. Dagang salap. Thank you. Okay, sound check. Test, test, sound. Okay, thank you very much to contestant number 1, ang duwende. Let us proceed to contestant number 2.
Check.
And at this point, I would like to request Sir
Salamat kaayo, agta. Ang pangutana, kinsay na ibgan sa agta. Munay usa ka pangutana, kinsay na ibgan sa agta.
Ang question kay who does the agta desire?
It's a pleasure with your question, sir. For me, ug ako'y mahimong agta, sir, ang akong maibgan tanan nga kuan sa gibuhat sa Ginoo kay more on mo help man ko ug ako'y nay power mo help ko sa mga bisan sa mga kanang mga maldito nga mababata. Kay more on lesson pa man sila nga tabangan na to aron sila mo grow up yun. Di kay sa babae lang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to contestant number 2. Okay, hello. All right, I hope I'm clear. Now we'll proceed to contestant number 3, ang aswang. At this point, we would like to request Sir Kingsley to ask the question.
Mayong gabi.
Mayong gabi, Mr. Aswang. Akong pangutana is kanang kinsa may imuhang pinakapaborito nga or unsa imong pinakapaborito nga biktimahon? Babay or lalaki or bayot ba or tumboy? Oh. Aron. Okay, ready ba ming gabi?
Mayong gabi. Ang biktimahon sa aswang, dili na siya matagna tungod kay kung unsay available sa anang gabion na, kung naay mabiktima, iyan ang biktimahon. So iyago na siyang atakihon. So pananglitan kung naay mabdos, iyang kaunon ang bata, di man nimo na matagna kung babae ba or lalaki ang naa sa iyang iyang womb or sabakan. So kuan gud siya kanang random gud ang iyang pagpamalbal o pagpanukob. Salamat.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much to contestant number 3, ang aswang. Now we proceed to contestant number 4, ang kikik. So at this point, we'd like to request Madam A to ask the question.
Aswang. Ungo. Kung ungo ka? Ungo. So naminaw ka sa atong sa una ang mga babay ug ang mga bayot maoy giingon nga ungo sa mga katsila. Kung unsa man ang imong buhaton sa mga katsila nga kanang gihimo nga devil ang mga bayot ug ang mga kung ikaw aswang man ka or ungo sa kikik, unsa imong buhaton sa mga katsila nga kanang gitawag ka nga devil?
Thank you sa imong manindot na pangutana. Well, kung ako ang ungo, unahon akong kaon ang nagbuhat nako nga isip pa ungo, Kay ila kong gipatakdan. Thank you.
Thank you very much to contestant number 4. Now we proceed to next contestant, contestant number 5, Ma'am Babarang. The next to ask the question is Sir Gavin.
Hala, ayaw taong ko baranga aning akong pangutana. Ang dakong pangutana, nganong nahimong mythical creature ang mambabarang? Simple na lang. Simple na lang ko, no? Kinsa man na imong gitusok-tusok diha.
Check. Hey, check.
Ang akong gibarang ang nagdumot nako.
Okay. Thank you very much, contestant number 5, ang Ma'am Babarang. Now we go to contestant number 6, none other than Kamatayan, and to ask the question is Sir Kingsley.
Mic check.
Okay, while waiting for, or while we're fixing a few technical glitches here, once again, we have our hadla treats, bucket of beer with free isaw or Betamax. So, and we have pangita ang santilmo and get a free drink. So that is our game. We also have the free hadla cupcake for our boodle set, pamilya set, lechon belly set, crispy pata set, and dinagat set. Also, don't forget that we have painit sa kalag. It's a cocktail that is on fire. Oh, for our, okay, so we have now we have fixed our technical glitch. So once again, we have contestant number 6, Kamatayan, and to ask the question, we have Sir Kingsley.
Maayong gabi, kamatayon or kamatayan. Akong pangutana kay asa man ka dapita gyud nga panig or asa man ka nga side, naa ba ka sa Dios nun? Sa Ginoo ba kang Diablo sa Yawa?
Mayong gabi kanatong tanan, especially sa atong Board of Judges. Dili ko mo consider which party ko na belong, because I myself know kung unsang sakto o kung unsang dili. And ako ang nakahibaw kung kanusaan ako kuhaon ang tao. So ako na ako'y kaugalingong pagbuot kung asa ko nga part or sa asa ko nga party. Daghang salamat.
Daghang salamat, contestant number 6. So once again, just to recap, we have already met contestant number 1, ang Duwende, number 2, Akta, number 3, Aswang, number 4, Ungo or Kikik, number 5, Mambabarang, and number 6, Kamatayan. And to our online viewers, if you have any favorites of our contestant, feel free to comment below this video, support them, give them a shout out. All right. Now we proceed to our next contestant, and that is cosplayer or contestant number 7, Mambabarang.
Ikaduha nga Mambabarang.
Ikaduha na nato na Mambabarang, and to give or to ask the question, we have once again Madam A.
So, kay hibalutan ni in 1577, the Augustinians reported a Mambabarang, a witch, a Cebuana witch who bewitched the one she loved because the one she loved, the Spaniard, rejected her. So
Sakita na, ma'am.
she made him, she put a duck in his nostril and he got crazy. Kung ikaw biyaan ka, if you are rejected by the one you love, unsaon nimo siya pagbarang, how will you bewitch him?
Sa makausab, maayong gabi iday sa tanan. Ako, kung usajud ako ka tinuod nga mambabarang o gibiyaan or gireject ko sa excuse me, or gireject ko sa ako ang gihigugma, dili ko ni pasakitan. Apan ako ning barangon sa pamaagi nga unta sa sunod niya nga higugmaon, iya na kaning tagaan sa gugma nga unta dapat para nako ug didto sa babae nga iyang higugmaon nga ipuli niya nako dili na siya magkulang ug iya na kadtong mapalipay ug iya nang ihatag ang tanan nga dili na niya mapasakitan ang kato nga babae. Bahalag ako ang masakitan basta nga ako ang isig ka tawo malipay na lang. Maura.
Grabe din. May pagka-martir kanya itong mambabarang. Okay, thank you very much, contestant number 7. And now let us meet contestant number 8, ang tikbalang. And to ask the next question, once again, we have Sir Gavin.
Mangutana lang kung anong gikahadlukan ang tikbalang.
Kay Chicks Boy man.
Chicks Boy. Mao di ay mahadlok yun ka. Naay mambabarang. Siya na'y mutubag.
Okay.
Kaya nga nung hadlokan ng tikbalang, kung kawaton siya, dili kagukod ang kawatan. Maura na.
Okay. Oh. Kay paspas man mudagan. So salamat. Thank you very much to contestant number 8, Tikbalang. And now we proceed to contestant number 9, Diwata. To ask the question, once again, we have Sir Kingsley.
Maayong gabi, Mr. Diwata. What makes you unique sa ubang mga elementals or ubang mga engkanto? Kung sa may naka-unique nimo sa ilaha? Kasi naka-different nimo sa ilaha?
Ang naka-different ako sa ilaha is, first pa lang is mas gwapo ako nila. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much sa atong pinaka-confident na Diwata. Thank you. Let us now proceed to our next contestant, ang Ginoo sa buwan or bulan. And to ask the question, we have Madam A.
Morning, Libulan.
Libulan, sakto?
Sakto din,
Sakto,
Libulan.
okay. Libulan.
Ikaw, you are the god or goddess of the moon. Pero for you, who is your moon? And why, ha? Who is your moon and why?
Akong moon kay si Kaptan. Si Kaptan akong moon. Nganong si Kaptan? Kay siya man ang nagluwas nako ug mo laban mo protekta nako laban ni Sinaba nga si Bakunawa. Salamat.
Nice. Okay. And we knew more of the character of contestant number 10. Thank you very much to contestant number 10. Let us now call in contestant number 11, ang Santilmo, to ask the question. Once again, Sir Gavin.
Oo. Ang akong pangutana, kinsa may gihadlok sa San Telmo?
Daghang salamat sa imong pangutana. Ang ako ang kahadlukan as San Telmo karon. Ang tao na makapatay sa akong kayo. That's all.
Isa ka na. Sharon?
Slay kayo atong contestant number 11, Santilmo. And the last contestant is none other than atong ikaduha na tikbalang contestant number 12. And to ask the question, we have Sir Kingsley.
Okay. Mayong gabi, tikbalang. Ang akong pangutana kay, ang depiction sa tikbalang kabayo gyud. Ngano kabayo man, ngano dili siya pwede mahimong baboy or iro. Ngano pirming kabayo ang depiction sa tikbalang?
Bitaw, ako naglibog sa gani ko akong gisulod nako. Hogi ba? Ambot muram ni sa dugong or kabayo. Ambot ako gibawan ni pero ako ra gini gisulod. Thank you. Salamat mo.
Thank you for your honest answer, contestant number 11. And you know what? They deserve another round of applause. Let's give a round of applause to our competing cosplayers dressed up as mythical or Visayan mythical creatures. And to everyone once again watching us online in Luzon, once again magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. And to everyone in Visayas and Mindanao, maayong gabi. If you have a favorite of our cosplayers here, feel free to support them through the comments. Okay, now while we are waiting for our next, or rather not next, but rather to our winners, okay, we will have one last walk with all our contestants, and also to let our viewers online see them one last time before we announce the winners. And also, thank you very much everyone here on site for supporting our competing cosplayers. Now we once again meet our cosplayers. Once again, contestant number 1, ang Duwende. A round of applause. Second contestant, ang Agta. Daghang salamat, contestant number 2. Once again, contestant number 3, ang Aswang. Daghang salamat, contestant number 3. Once again, we have contestant number 4, ang Ungo or Kiki. Thank you very much. Number 4. Let us meet once again contestant number 5, ang Mambabarang. Thank you very much, Ma'am Babarang. And now, contestant number 6, none other than Kamatayan. Thank you very much, contestant number 6. Let's meet once again contestant number 7, Ma'am Babarang. Thank you very much, contestant number 7. Let us meet once again contestant number 8, Astik Bala. Thank you very much, contestant number 8. And now, contestant number 9, once again, ang Diwata. Thank you very much, contestant number 9. And now, contestant number 10, ang Ginoo sa Bulan. Thank you very much, contestant number 10. Once again, we have contestant number 11, ang Santilmo. Daghang salamat, contestant number 11. And to complete our lineup, we have contestant number 12, ang Tikbala. Thank you very much, contestant number 12. Let us give a round of applause once again to all our contestants. And thank you very much to everyone here on site. Okay. Nice. Okay, now I have now here in my hands the top 6 cosplayers. And from these top 6, we can determine already the winners later. Okay, now before I announce the top 6, allow me to mention also the prizes. We have a consolation prize, which is the PSIL or therapeutic massage. Third place will receive the prize of soak and chill. For the second prize, the winner for the second prize will receive 300 peso cash and an overnight stay with breakfast for 1. And the 𝘬𝙤𝙤 prize, or the first place, will receive 500 peso cash with overnight stay with breakfast for 2. Now, allow me to mention the top 6. Okay, so this will be mentioned in random order. Let us begin. Top 6. Congratulations to the following. Contestant number 11. Step forward, please. Contestant number 9. And contestant number 10. We still have 3 more for our top 6. Contestant number 2. Ang akta. Contestant number 6, Kamatayan. And to complete our top 6, we have none other than contestant number 3, ang Aswang. Congratulations. Let us give them once again a big round of applause. Is it okay that we request our top 6 to do their best character pose? Something we can post also in our Palm Grass Facebook page. Ready, everybody? In 3, 2, 1, pose. Okay, let's have another pose. In 3, 2, 1. Final pose in 3, 2, 1. Once again, let's give a round of applause to our top 6. We will be announcing the winners in just a short while. Now, while waiting for our lineup of winners, Palm Grass has a lot of promos for everyone. Okay, so the next time you do visit Cebu, you're just around looking for a staycation or vacation, we have some promos for you guys. So we have live band with the Sham Bombs tonight at 𝘬𝙘𝙠𝙘𝙤 Roof Deck Bar with free San Telmo drink for those who are wearing their Halloween costumes. Also, we have the Hadla Hadla room treats. That's 40% discount starting October 29 to November 6, 2022. And Hadla Hadla treats, that is with bucket of beer with free isaw or Betamax. And we also have Pangitaa ang San Telmo game and get a free San Telmo drink. Then we have our free Hadla Hadla cupcake with the Boodle set, Pamilya set, Lechon Belly set, Lechon Manok set, Crispy Bata set, and the Nagat set. And we also have the Painit Sakalag. And once again, free San Telmo drink to those who are wearing their Halloween costumes. Thank you, Miss Chris. And now I have now here sa ako mga kamot, my hands, the winners, the top 3. Now at this point, we will be requesting our judges to award the prize or have a photo with our winners. Madam A, is it okay? Okay, so I will be calling you. I'll start first with the 3rd place, followed by the 2nd, and of course, our 1st place. And once again, to everyone watching us through our Facebook Live, feel free to support our contestants here. And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe our page. That's Palm Grass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. Okay. Now at this point, we're going to call in our judges, Madam A, Sir Gavin, and Sir Kingsley. And now, the winners. 3rd place goes to contestant number 10, Libulan. ang Ginoo sa bulan. Okay. Okay, pose in 3, 2, 1. Very good. Good job. Congratulations. Again, one more request. Okay, something that we can post later on in our Facebook page. And now let's proceed to the second place. Second place is none other than contestant number 6, ang kamatayan. Congratulations, contestant or cosplayer number 6 for winning second place. And the first place winner. Who is your bet, guys? To our on-site guests here, who's your bet? Feel free to shout their numbers or characters in 3, 2, 1, go! Is it? You know what? Our audience here is right. Congratulations to contestant number 11, ang San Telmo. May we request our winners to kindly step forward so that we can have a quick photo of you. And to those who are part of the top 6, congratulations. Let us once again give a big round of applause to our top 3 winners. Congratulations, everyone. Consolation prize. Once again, the winners for the consolation prize, they will receive the therapeutic massage or PISIL. Third place is Soak and Chill. Second place will receive 300 cash with overnight stay, breakfast for 1, and the grand winner will receive 500 cash with overnight stay with breakfast for 2. Congratulations once again to our winners, and congratulations to all our competing cosplayers. Nag-enjoy ba mo tanan there on site? Nag-enjoy ba mo? Na-enjoy ba mo everyone here on site? Okay, so thank you for your enthusiasm, guys. To everyone online, nag-enjoy ba mo? I'm hoping. I am not able to see any of the messages or comments, but I'm hoping that you are enjoying. And feel free to review also the video, because earlier we had a very nice talk with Dr. Danny. So feel free to rewind this one to know more of our Visayan heritage. Yes. So, and then tomorrow we will have another lineup of activities. Tomorrow morning we will have our Halloween treat with the kids this time. And more events coming up for November here in Palm Grass, the Cebu Heritage Hotel. So once again, congratulations to our winners. Thank you very much to our esteemed panel of judges, Sir Kevin, Sir Kingsley, Madam A. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And if you still want more videos related to this, feel free to subscribe, like, and subscribe our Palm Grass page. Feel free to share this one, reshare, repost, copy the link, send it to your family and friends. We have a lot of educational related videos as well that deals with Visayan culture. And not just culture, this time also mythology as well. So Palm Grass is the only hotel who does that one. So my name is Joshua. I'm very happy to be here right now. Happy Halloween. Keep safe, everyone. And have a blessed All Souls and All Saints Day. Amping mong tanan, daghang salamat, maraming salamat. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next live stream.